Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first day of summer, Monday, June the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you? Thank you very much, William. All right, first of all, let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week. This is the trade of the week, POWW, kind of maybe piggybacking a little bit on Smith & Wesson's from last week. Smith & Wesson SWBI had earnings last week, had a nice week. So POWW is the trade of the week. How you trade it, up to you. Suggested entry, 801. MNOV. MNOV. Look at this one. Is it still hanging in there? Yeah, so phase 2 results, MNOV phase 2 results. I was looking at this one actually to short it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. It's a classic one for me to look at shorting anyway. Little bio pop and then the fade. But anyway, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Torch, yeah, TRCH. Boy, it's had a great run here. TRCH had a great run, or is having a great run. Had a great month. A little choppiness here, but another great looking day. 42% up. It's a big float too. I mean, for 121 million to be up 42%, that's very impressive. It's an update. I guess a business update is what's got them going. Next on my list is that AEI. Yeah, they got a press release. I know they mentioned Tesla in the name, using Tesla solar panels, I guess, or something like that. So anyway, AEI up 6.8 million in the float. No, you're right. No shorts available. No shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers. But as Martin said, it did have a. I don't know if this was really an IPO here or a symbol name change, but regardless, this did hit almost $30 a few months ago. LKCO. Let's see if LKCO is still hanging in. LKCO. Starting to drift a little bit here. I couldn't see any specific news for LKCO. ENOB. E-N-O-B. E-N-O-B. Again, I don't think I saw any news on. Oh, here we go. So I do see some news now. 850 at just coming in. Acquired exclusive license for innovative technology to potentially treat and prevent all variants of the coronavirus. Okay. So there's your news for ENOB. If you're looking at RAVN, this is a buyout, so don't get too excited about it. RAVN is a buyout. You can always usually tell a buyout when something flatlines. Wish still having a nice, or still active. WISH still active. A little bit choppy the last few days. Had the great 2-day run before it pulled all the way back. Then the last few days, last week, very, very choppy. WISH. ATOS. ATOS. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for ATOS, but it is up. Not much, 4% now. I'm not seeing a lot of action pre-market, guys. AVXL, this one was up. Let's see if it's still up. AVXL on phase 2. Yeah, okay, so AVXL doing well, up 11%, almost 12%, sorry. A big gap right here on the daily chart. Not quite an all-time high. I guess that would be the all-time high right up here, 28.51. That was a few months ago. So AVXL, nice break. Nice breakout on phase 2 data. SYPR? SYPR? And again, okay, do see some news now coming in. Wins award from 2 high-pressure energy projects. All right, so they did. There is some news for SYPR. Another low float, 11 million in the float. Trade of the week is always a long play. Not typically, it is always. NTEC. See, I think this was gapping down. Gapping down on, I don't see any specific news for it, but it is gapping down 8%. Pretty good volume. I did have AMC was gapping up a little bit. I don't know if it's still holding its gap. AMC holding well over 60 though. Yeah, a little bit of a gap up. Yeah, crypto's in the tank again. I just can't look at Ride and Mara, any of the crypto plays, guys. I mean, intraday, I find them incredibly difficult to trade. And, you know, a tweet here, a tweet there. What is a crypto now? Or Bitcoin, is it 32,000 or so right now? Wasn't it up to 40 last week? I mean, to me, it's just way too erratic. All right, let's take a look to see what what the analysts have on their minds this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. My guess is that there's hardly any of each. That's correct. So let's take a look. It's a different feel for me anyway today. It seems so slow. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Yeah, Raven is a buyout. RAVN is a buyout, yeah. Get the downgrades in now. Again, not too many of each one. Either one. Ha! ORPH getting downgraded. There you have it. No more upgrades, no more hardly any upgrades, hardly any downgrades this morning from the analysts. And just to let you know, that promo code is still alive, the Father's Day promo code. It'll almost for sure expire tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm just going to pop this in here. So you can get 20% off a subscription. And let's see. So that AEI it's hanging tough. What's the high in the pre-market? Let's just take a look at the news again. So, okay, so they announced an agreement with Tesla for an initial supply of Tesla PV solar panels, etc. So put Tesla in the news release. That'll give it a bit of a jolt. Take a look at Smith and Wesson, SWBI. SWBI, let's see how well it is. Is it still hanging in there? That might drag Powell along with it. Yeah, it's still hanging in. It had a great day on Friday. That was its earnings day. Well, it released earnings Thursday after the market closed, but this is the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty boring, William. And, you know, today it's just, I mean, I've got, you know, there are things that are up and down, but I mean, I'm just not seeing, oh, there's ears. I see ears, a lot of volume, E-A-R-S, ears. So there's a lot of volume. Low float, 12 million in the float. I just find this one is one of those ones that just pops up and down. Rarely seems to hold the gaps, but we'll see. Look at this day right here. What did it get up to? 450, closed down here at 380. Really drifted down, not doing too much. Little pop. Significant inhibition of tumor growth. Okay, so they did have some, they put up some news this morning about ears. Okay, GSAT, I don't know if it just came into some volume or not, but GSAT is also now up. Big float, 734 million in the float, a huge float. It's only, I mean, it's up 7%. It's only 9 cents, so. You know, I mean, I suppose, I don't know. I don't like this one. I mean, even if it maintains here over 138, you got a lot of resistance right around that 150 mark. To me, there's just not enough room for it to move before it hits all this resistance. Now, it could power through it, but just not. And with that float, I mean, you know, with that float, it's going to take a bunch to move it. You may have had an upgrade, but yeah, Riley initiated coverage. Wonder if they actually put a target on it. Yeah, 325. Okay, they put a price target of 325. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking to see if any. I do see VXRT. Let's see if it's still holding up here. VXRT. Maybe some 3%. No big deal, really. Well, there's nothing in my earnings play list that I'm talking about. Nothing yet, anyway. We have about a month, maybe. Let me just check on Alcoa. We have about a month. July 21st, yeah. In fact, we have 1 month before earnings season starts again. So this thing's really, okay, do see this one, this IMMP. This is down 13%. I think I saw a press release for it, and it didn't look bad, but yeah, I couldn't quite figure this. Maybe William, if you read that press release for IMMP, I mean, expands the evaluation into a triple combination therapy, shares down 12%. I mean, this is the news. Trading lower after the company announced it will begin a phase 1 trial to evaluate, etc., etc. I mean, on the surface, when I read that, I don't say, what's wrong with that? Ah, so they also have a $45 million private placement. You know, and that just showed up. Completes a $60 million private placement. I mean, I do see that on the 20th, 6/20. Yeah, so I guess on Sunday. That's the real news, I guess. Okay. So they're using the $60 million to expand that trial. Okay. So dilution, dilution, dilution. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I see that. So you were trying to play it on a bounce, I guess, right? AHT got absolutely thumped. All right, so let's see. Anything else kind of just sneaking here? When I say that, I'm talking, this is what I'm using for my pre-market scanning. So I'm always looking to see if anything's sneaking in the gap ups or getting anything up here. The pre-market actives up and down. Again, this is what I'm using. And again, what you're seeing right here is this new version, this development version that I'm using that allows you to dock windows and move them around all at once. Maybe by the end of the week. Don't quote me though. Maybe by the end of the week it'll be available. Yeah, CNX, yeah, you're right. I did see there was a downgrade this morning for CNX. CNX as in xylophone. Not a good week last week, that's for sure. Though it looks worse than it is. I mean, the high was 14 something and the low was 13 something, so it looks a lot worse than it is. Probably, yeah, it's a pretty big float. Okay, this one, GLBS, I'm just noticing here, GLBS. Okay, maritime stock. So, okay, maybe the shippers will be a little bit active today. That's a nice gap. Had a nice gap on, I'm sorry, that is today. So it says a nice gap right now, GLBS. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. This could be interesting today. GLBS. Oh yeah, I mean, there's certainly room. I like the idea that certainly there's room for the POWW, whether it triggers or not. That remains to be seen. You just have to look at the that weekly chart. It's a little bit of volume coming in already right now, 43,000. All right, okay. I'm getting a couple of little bit of activity now for AYTU. AYTU. It'll pop up here. AYTU. Another low float. 22 million in the float. And another one that just, wow, this is a more expensive one. This CVAC, this was very active last week. CVAC, SVAC, maybe trying to crawl back. Big gap to fill, huge gap to fill. All right, guys, just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Getting set for this open. What time is it right now? 9:29. So we have less than a minute before this market opens for this week, the first day of summer. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody, and see what happens. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit, or try to let things settle down a little bit. Let me get set for my open. All right, we're now open. What is going on with that, Saeed? Okay, I don't know what to say. Are you sure it's not going to spam or anything like that? Let me just see. Because I'm just looking at a message that she sent, and she said she emailed you, and that was on Friday. So you're sure it's not going into spam or something like that? All right. Well, I'll send her another message. And do you have Gmail? Because sometimes it goes into a promotional folder. I've emailed her again. I'll see what she says. I'm quite surprised. All right, guys. So we do have let's see, AVXL. AVXL is moving higher here. Phase two data, AVXL on the move here. Okay. Well, see what she says. I do apologize. I have no idea why you're not getting you're not getting it. Normally she's really, when I alert her a couple of times, usually only once, she always usually gets it done immediately. But we'll see, okay? All I can do is wait for her to come in. All right, guys, Smith & Wesson, nice little pop. On volume, SWBI. Keep an eye on this one. This has been really, since its earnings, reaction on Friday. Boy, that's a little too much lag for my... But look at this. Look at Smith & Wesson, SWBI. So the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 27.79. Not saying it's going to get there, but that's the next area on the monthly chart. All right, VIPS, India, or I'm sorry, China. I thought it was India for some reason. VIPS getting thumped here. Wow, look at look what it's done over the last few days. So this continuation down for VIPS. Looks like the nonsense is over now for ORPH. Oh, I don't believe it. This is shortable. 7,400 shares at Interactive Brokers. So some shares did, not that I want to short it right now, but I'm talking about ORPH. But last week there were none, usually, all day long. I'm sure those are going to get snapped up. All right, how is POW doing? So kind of chopping around here. Got up to what, 840 in the pre-market? But Smith & Wesson, very, very strong. Interesting. It's a little more of an expensive one from the AI. Volume coming into AMC. Meanwhile, VIPS continues. Is there news on this one? I do not see any specific news for VIPS. Meanwhile, guys, AVXL is still really strong here. I mean, it's not quite an all-time high. There's the all-time high up here, $29. So Vino was super active last week and just got halted. Vino, V-I-N-O, just got halted. Very active stock last week. You can see tough trade. You know, look at these topping tails in the last 2 days. And, you know, remember what that means. The buyers had it up here and the sellers knocked it down both days to these levels. Will they finally relinquish complete control? But this just got halted. 738, 738 is what I see. The potential open. So not a huge gap. That can change, of course. All right, AYTU on the move here. AYTU. All right, what is the market doing? Wow, the market, actually the Dow had a big pop. That was a big pop. Tech is down, so there's a little, again, we've got that disconnect going. We've got value stocks up, growth stocks down, SPY is up. To start anyway. AEI, oh, I was going to say almost right back, but it just dropped again. Interesting, with the market being up, but I'm getting nothing in the new highs, basic new highs, nothing so far. ATHA drifting down here. DraftKings, you guys following DKNG? It's been in the news, of course, last week. DKNG. All right, this one is not shortable for me. Actually, Riley, are you in the room? Because I'm just looking here. I see a fee rate. You're talking about like a short fee rate? I'm seeing a short fee rate. In that little, what the Dreamer gave, I guess, pointed out to me last week how I could instantly find whether or not things were available to short. I do see a fee rate. If you're in the room. Gotta make sure everything's is fine here. I don't understand why I'm not getting anything. Guys, AVXL was the one right from the beginning. I didn't take it. You know, I don't like to take them first thing, but this one is just running right now. AVXL. Phase 2 data. Let's see, Vino, what it might open at still. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be right now. No, it just opened. So right now, not a big pop from the halt. It got halted at what, 723, so it's at 730 right. Wow, now it's moving. Well, it's all over the place, guys. You got to be really careful. Look at that float, 6.7 million in the float, so you've got to be very careful. 750, wow, now it is really moving. I don't know if there's any specific news. Again, this was super active last week. All right, now we've got Torch coming into the options volume. Torch coming in. First one of the day, first one of the week. This is what I'm talking about. Unusually strong options. Again, I'm not trading the options, but we're finding stocks that are having unusual option activity. Okay, so again, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You know, popped, what did it get up to? 770, or it's not 770, 970, back down to 940. Let's see if it can kind of base here a little bit. A lot of volume, 55 million. This will easily trade the float today. And Vino just got halted again, but on the way down, guys. So, yeah, just got halted again on the way down. Well, AVXL, guys, was the one right from the beginning. So far, anyway, let's see if it rests at all. I mean, there's the all-time high. It's not that far. 2870, the all-time high. Okay, Torch is back. TRCH back up to the trigger. There it goes. Now, big area, I think, is 10. Big psychological number to get through. TRCH. Look how whippy these things are, though. Now, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. So this is, wow, I mean, what a month this is at. From 220 to almost 10. All right, AYTU on the move here, guys. AYTU Now, what do I see? I look left here. I see some resistance, maybe right around that 550 area. I mean, it may not stall there, but you just look at the daily chart. Looks like there's some resistance right around that area. Okay, guys, we've got a couple now in the option scanner, GLBS and Torch, TRCH. Again, with Torch, I think it's, you really have to wait for a 10 break. It's an all-time high. I'm going to stick an alert around 10:03 to see if it just ramps up later on. All right, GLBS, keep an eye on it. GLBS, 576 was the alert. Let's see, I mean, it's got, and of course the Torch takes out 10, if, big if. So GLBS actually got all the way up to almost $6 after hours on Friday. So it had a big pop after hours on Friday. All right, so this Vino, we've had 2 halts so far for Vino, V-I-N-O. It just resumed. All right, what are the markets doing? So the Dow is still up. Tech is crawling back here. Let's take a look at the Qs. So yeah, Qs are trying to crawl back a little bit. My guess is that if I look now, there are no shorts available. Yeah, that's right. Fee rate 100. Where are you, Riley? You asked about trying to find fee rates and all that for, I see them right now, 107% for ORPH at Interactor Brokers. All right, guys, ATHA. Wow, look at this one. Look at the room this one has if it wants to kind of, I mean, it got thumped obviously on Thursday. I can't remember why, but it got thumped on Thursday. And today it's trying to crawl back a bit. I mean, look at the gap it's got for ATHA. All right, guys, the Magic 10 for Torch, TRCH. Yeah. So I mean, I don't take these I don't take these early, but AVXL continuing here, approaching the all-time high, 28.70 all-time high. So it's not that far away, but $1.60 away from the all-time high. All right, so Saeed, check. She says she just sent another email this morning to you. So check somewhere because she's sending to that email address. Okay? You got it now. Okay. Okay. Well, guys, the meme stocks, AMC, GME, BlackBerry, BB, don't look that good right now. Wow, look at Torch, guys. Talk about taking out 10. Let's talk about it. Took out 10. Like nothing. TRCH, all-time high. Hugely impressive move because there are 121 million shares in the float. To be up 68% with that float. That's right. That's right. About ATHA. Forgot about that. Dag nabbit. SWBI, yeah, it is still, I mean, Powell is not following yet. I mean, it was kind of a sympathy play, obviously, to SWBI. Is not following yet. When I say yet, I don't know if it'll ever follow. I'm just pointing it out. Powell happens to be the trade of the week. I don't think it triggered, I mean, it triggered in theory in the pre-market, but $9.30, yeah, I guess actually there's $9.30. So in theory it did trigger, but you know, you don't have to take it right off the bat. You don't have to ever take it, but how you trade it will be up to you. No, I didn't on the Torch, no. Definitely have my eye on Globus though. GLBS. I mean, it has some room. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. You know, there's another one, you know, probably 6 is going to be tough for it to break. Why is it doing that? Okay, something's going on here. See if this is a bug. Yeah, there's something going on. Okay. Okay, what I'm going to do is stick an alert right around 596 or GLBS, see if it takes it out later on. Because that is the high around that. It's around $6 after hours on Friday. And if it takes that out, and you look left on that weekly chart, and the next high is 785. So I mean, there's certainly room. Yeah, I mean, look at there on the weekly chart, 599. That's basically what it did after hours on Friday. Got up to 597, so that stalled it right there. That's back in February of this year. AI very, very inactive. Just a one alert. Wow, look at this. I mean, look how, for, again, 121 million in the float, so it popped up to almost $11 and it is giving up $1 just like that. This one, yeah, this one was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's keep an eye on this ATHA. I mean, can it keep recovering here? I mean, that's a big gap. Yeah, he did not resign. He was put on leave. Okay, as far as I know anyway. 1169 is the high today. Stick an alert up there. See if it takes it out again. This is the ATHA. And Wish has been all over the place. Also, it was like that last week, I believe. WISH. Yeah, I mean, just look at this daily chart for Wish. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, the trend is up. Absolutely, the trend is up. But, as an intraday trade, it can be a little bit difficult. If you're looking to go, to swing it, well, what's the high over here? Yeah, $15 or so. Yeah, I mean, look at ATHA. I mean, look at that opening 15-minute candle. So huge bottoming tail, I think topping tail, then a big topping tail up here. Buyers trying like mad to get this thing up. Sellers knocking it down. Still a lot of indecision on this one, ATHA. Dow's up big. Yeah, it's a big pop for the Dow. And now there's no disconnect. So the tech has come back up modestly. Remember at the beginning, the Dow was up, tech was down, but now everything's positive. All the indices are positive. I haven't seen Alf this morning. Yeah, Alf was super active last week also. Okay, I see what you were talking about. That little bounce here. Okay, but it's giving it up again. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I know, nothing in the basic new highs. Very strange. Especially with the market doing what it's doing. Let me make sure I didn't put some... Well, you guys aren't seeing anything either. 1 in 20. Volume 4, 400,000, 4% from the open. Okay. Yeah, it's very strange. Meanwhile, AVXL continues. This is, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it creates an all-time high today. I mean, look at this, 28 something or other. What did I say? Don't have the, it's not popping up, but 28.85 or so. All right, a little bit of a base here for Vino. I mean, this is a wild one. 6.7 million in the float. When did it hit? To 766 in the highs in that area anyway. Maybe trying to come back. Let's see if we get some volume in the 2 minute and pop it up. Well, this is, you know, we are not in earnings season at all. I don't see one earnings play. Well, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts now. This could turn into an incredibly slow day. Because it's only 10 o'clock. Usually I still get, you know, my alerts usually keep firing till about 10:30, but nothing in here, which is really strange. All right, guys, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor, just seeing if anything interesting is happening. I don't see anything yet. Yeah, Jeff, left click in the chart. The question is, does anyone know how to directly change the symbol? So to change a symbol in the chart, just left click on the chart. So trade it, you see how this changed right there. Left click on the chart and then just start typing. And the change symbol box should pop up. And then just click change or hit enter on your keyboard. Okay, and that'll change the symbol. Is that what you meant, Jeff, though? How to change a symbol on the chart without having a link to a symbol? All right, guys, GSAT did show up in the options. Now, I thought 150 might stall it. You know, this is the area right here. I may be wrong. Last month, the high was 162. I guess if it can somehow crack that, it has a shot to get to the 2 level, because it did have an upgrade today. B. Riley and Associates, I think they put a 325 price target on it, and that is for GSAT. Can't do it. Yeah, Firas. Unfortunately, this is only available for me. There are changes coming to our charts to make them a little more in tune with the rest of the charting world. But right now, I'm the only one able to do this, okay? In terms of making the symbol bold. All right, guys, I'm just watching, again, my thumbnail charts to see if anything is kind of popping a little bit here. Nothing that I can see. Though, yeah, the SPY is moving. SPY's having, I mean, the Dow is up huge. I'm still amazed getting nothing in this basic new highs. I mean, for whatever reason, none of these filter requirements have been satisfied. Now, one of the requirements is 45 new highs. So, I mean, that's possibly the reason, because, I mean, I can see most of them have got, of course, the high relative volume. Let me just take a look here again. So this must be the filter that's blocking it. Because the current volume, I'm just looking at some stocks that are moving, you know, certainly the price range The minimum volume is fine. Current volume, I'm just looking at GSAT as an example. It obviously has not made 45 new highs. Yeah, so Globus, again, I did not have a lot of faith that it would break through 6 based on what it did on Friday afternoon, and also the longer term monthly chart. So far, Globus is not moving. Wow, this ORPH, yeah, there are no more shorts available now for me. This was probably one of the more, well, one of many, but this is probably one of the more nonsensical trades that happened. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, well, again, this shows you kind of what sort of day it is. I mean, with, I know I'm sort of belaboring this point, but with no new high showing up with these filters in place, which is extremely rare. All right, Capricorn, or CAPR. This just showed up in the momentum up. See, the high last Friday was 579, so it's not that far away. Boy, there's a thumping right now, guys. I mean, look at Torch. I mean, it got up, what, 1089? So it's basically dropped $2 and sinking fast, TRCH. Not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. Well, I think I'll do my little spiel a little earlier, guys. I mean, there's just not a lot happening for me, so I'll just, first of all, welcome to the room if you're brand new. This is the format, Monday to Friday. I was almost going to say Thursday. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Before I continue, we still do have that Father's Day promo. It'll end tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. So I'm just going to pop the promo code in. And I'll go over that in a bit. Give me a moment. All right, so there's my homepage. You click on my homepage. There's the promo code to use. Thanks, Dad, 20. Thanks, Dad, in capital letters, 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So obviously do not use that promo code, okay? This is the sort of the standard one that I'm allowed to give out. But you want 20% off, use the Thanks, Dad, 20. You'll get 20% off the first month only. So let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. Okay, we have 4 plans. We have a premium standard for annual and monthly. So the big one, premium on the annual, is $22.68 a year minus the 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. There are more differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI, Holly, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know our program very well, I would never take on an annual plan. Start off with monthly, and you can always upgrade. If you take a standard, here's our standard rate, 118, premium is 228. Less the 20%, the 20% discount is good for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But let's say you take out a standard subscription right now, and then within 30 days, you say, you know what, I love it, I want to go to an annual. Just contact us, and we'll upgrade you with the 20%. Okay? More information on my homepage. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern Time. These are all free, of course. I think these 2 sections are probably the most used sections in my watch list or in my homepage. So I'm always saying save the link to my homepage. Here is a link to all the scans I'm sharing. As an example, here's my layout. This is the layout that you see, plus all the individual scans that I am sharing. Education, if you're new to Trade Ideas, or if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at the 20 lessons. But if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this. You know, it goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas, top lists, building them, alert windows, creating them, all the way down here to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, etc. So there's a lot of information here. And again, if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at this also, so you can get a kind of a feel for what we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So we have a YouTube room also that I moderate at the same time as what I call the main trading room. It's exactly the same. Well, not exactly the same, but they hear me, they see my screen. There's just a lot more activity in this room, that's all. A lot more action with traders. I do take a break at around noon Eastern. And when I do, one of the other traders does take over between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. Today, I'm sure it's Sean. So he's a bit more of an options player. So if you have option questions, you can head over there. Say when I take my break at noon. I'll post the link before I do take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. They're all free. Educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. Again, these are all free. Back to basics, free. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this 36-part video series. They're very short videos, and they start off with literally, what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at this. And we have some ebooks here that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. So save my link. You can take a look at all this whenever you want to then. All right, now I do want to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. For those of you who are brand new, wondering, well, what are you looking at? So we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. markets. It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, usually, usually there's something in here. It's just a very strange day. No new highs are triggering. These are the new lows that are triggering. But this is an example of a scan. Yeah, nothing. It's very, very strange with the market being up the way it is. But this is an example of a scan. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that I've got here. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's what I'm saying. It's a very strange. I'm not getting any new highs for the day. I'm getting some lows. Okay, but that's an example of a scan. And what we did as a company, we said that we figured, now I know for sure, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language to build a scan. So what we did was we said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts. These are all the alerts. When you come to this icon here, these are the filters. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that the vast majority of our customers can create a scan that they're looking for. So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, we've had one good alert from the AI guys, Mara for sure, to short. Mara was pretty good. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. In fact, right now. So if you have this is a part of our premium service. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do to see the AI alerts, okay? I would make it really, really easy on yourselves. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, when you do that, this is the window. Now, this is part of this doc in this new format we've got, hopefully maybe released later on this week. But this is the window that you would see, okay? You'll have all the alerts as they come in. How you trade them will be up to you. But you have an entry, you have a stop. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. So you can see that Mara was a suggestion to short it around 28.58. There was your stop, 29.68, but $1.10 away. And so far, so good. Okay. So how you trade it will be up to you. There are no videos on how to trade it. There's a video on explaining how it works in terms of like how do we, why do we see these alerts? But once you get the alert, how you trade it will be up to you. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is a feature that we have. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. I want to keep repeating that because you can use this window. And by the way, this is only available if you're using our application, downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available. So I'm going to pop this link in. Okay, so I just popped in this link called Brokerage Plus. In the link, there are two videos. The first video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade, okay? If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it's okay. You can still use Trade Ideas, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. This is just a feature that we have that if you do have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you can use this window from within to trade. It'll show you how you can link. You see it says Brokerage Plus live. You'll connect to your IB account or your E-Trade account. Then you can use this window. Okay? But if you don't have, don't worry. It's just and even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window. But it is a feature that we do have. What I consider more importantly, though, is using it as a simulator. Okay, paper trader. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. And it's very simple. First, I should have connected, I guess. Give me a moment here. Okay, so if you're new to trading, again, this is only available in the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. But you just click on Sim, and then it's using our real-time data, okay? So practice trading before you do anything else. Simple to use. You just click on an alert. There it goes, and the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Let's just take the GSAT trade for fun, okay? I just want to show you how it works. Would I do this? No, because, I think there's too much resistance around this area right here. But let's just say I wanted to take this on a pullback. Maybe pulling back to $1.40. So I can, let's go 300 shares. I'm going to put $1.40. Take this trade if it pulls back to $1.40. Click the buy button and you'll see a big blue line, dark blue line appear in the chart. So if GSAT goes down to $1.40, it'll take the trade. Okay, so practice trading. If you want to take a trade, let's take a trade right away. We'll talk a little bit about placing stops and the idea of money management. Huge if you want to last in trading. Okay, let's just I mean, I wouldn't do this, but I just want to show you how you could do something. Look at, man, Smith & Wesson, how strong is this? All-time high looks like this is up here at 27.79, so it's getting closer, about $2 away. Let me pick another one though. Okay, let's say I wanted to trade this CAPR. The spread, that's not bad. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, took the trade right there. 567. I'm going to put a stop at 547. And I'll explain why I'm doing this. Okay, there's the stop. So if I leave this stop in place and Capricorn goes down to 547, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. So when you get into trading, unfortunately not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade when it doesn't work. And that's where the practice comes in, because when you start off, you're not going to have a clue about where to put a stop. And it's only going to come with practice. For me, I like to size up what I see on a chart. If I see what I would consider a support area, that I think if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. So that's where I'd be putting my stop. Okay, it's only going to come with practice. So that's the first concept. The second concept is, okay, if you're getting around the idea of placing a stop, now the next part is, okay, how much am I going to risk on the trade if it goes against me? In other words, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So in this particular case, You know, I'm risking, I know it says 97.50, but it's, you know, it's a bit of a rounding error. I'm risking $100 on the trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you know, you shouldn't be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. So let's just say again, if your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade, that will share size you. Okay? What do I mean by that? So I'm in at 567. I knew my stop was going to be 547 when I get into the trade. That's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm risking on the trade, I get 500 shares. So just do it in reverse. 500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out equals $100 that I'm risking on the trade. So very, very important, okay, to know, eventually get an idea where your stop should be. And then also that will share size you. You don't want to go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 1,000 shares every trade. It should be based on what, the difference between your entry and your stop. Divide that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And then, of course, the other huge aspect is obeying your stop. Many times, especially when you start out, you get all excited, you take that first trade and it starts working against you and you can't believe it. You've been practicing for 6 months, you've been doing well in the simulator, and now you're ready to trade and the first one doesn't work. Or it doesn't look like it's working. So instead of obeying your stop, you start reducing it. You start moving it down, 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 because you think to yourself, well, maybe my stop was too tight. And, you just can't, you just can't believe it's not working. The setup looked good, good press release in the pre-market, all those positive things, and it just isn't working. So you keep reducing your stop. So instead of your $100 loss, manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. Finally you sell and you say, man, why did I do that? So how to counteract that? Just leave your stop in. Okay? Just leave it in, especially at the beginning when you're trading. If you don't have the discipline to get out where you put your stop, then just leave it in and the system will take you out. Now, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it's okay. It just means you can't, use the stops placed on our charts. Your broker will have something very similar, okay? So it's very important money management. That's my spiel, guys. Yeah. No. Tune in tomorrow, same time, same station. Meanwhile, AYTU, hey, looky here, we finally get one. Yay, we got one, finally, AYTU. Now, this actually used to be more the norm. We used to only get about 4 or 5 a day. It's only in the last 3 weeks or so, maybe a month, that this started filling up. So it's not like this is really that strange. It's just that, we were so used to having this basic, the new high is just filling up right from the get-go. But anyway, I'm sorry. I was looking at another chart here, but let's take a look at this AYTU. I mean, if you're taking it right from, let's see, the momentum up happened at 529. This is what I'm talking about. There was the first alert for it at 9:37. But again, looking this is what I was reluctant to do because it looks like there's just too much resistance around that 550. So it doesn't have that much room. Meanwhile, FIII, what are you doing? Oh, this is one of those SPACs, guys. This is just getting turfed here. Look at this. Well, for some reason, they're merging with this company called Electric Last Mile. And there is some news, saying that they're going to, Elm's Electric Last Mile to reveal all-electric medium-duty commercial truck at the Expo for FedEx ground contractors, but this is not being met well for some reason. I can't explain it. But look at this. I mean, look at this. This is a huge down candle here on the daily chart. Big red candle. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, Smith & Wesson still very strong. So Powell is trying to recover here. This is the trade of the week. How you trade it will be up to you. The trigger was 801. It did briefly do it on the open. But, what it's looking at, of course, is this potential gap fill to 10. I'm not saying it's going to happen, and maybe piggybacking a little bit on what Smith & Wesson is doing. Look at the SPY. That's a great move for the SPY. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now. Again, not available yet, guys. I know I keep saying this, but it's not available yet, this new dock channel bar. And really all that has to happen, I still see some little bugs here and there, not horrible ones, but this is really what has to happen. We need all the channels in here. But this is what I'm talking about. If you take a look at one of these channels, notice what I'm able to do. I'm able to look at a channel and my layout still remains. See, right now you can't do that. You can only have one channel one layout loaded at a time. And of course, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So, but with this new build, you'll be able to surf through different channels while maintaining your own layout up and running. POW, P-O-W-W, Siri. Trigger was 801, so it's still, if you wanted to, you still have time. It's underneath 801. Anyway, let's take a what a difference from Friday, guys. If you were here on Friday, all the sectors were red. There was nothing up. In fact, financials. This is how it's turned around. Every single financial stock was down for the day, as opposed to today, every single financial stock is up for the day. That's what that 100% means. So this is, for instance, the XLF. That's the big financial ETF. Every single stock that makes up that sector is up for the day. So what I find probably more interesting, look at healthcare as an example. Everyone except 4%, let's go down to the bottom and let's see. For whatever reason, WAT, and it's a super expensive stock, is down for the day. Every other stock in that sector is up. Let's do the same thing for consumer staples. It's great to see the ones that are right at the top here, but you sort of look, well, why? We've got Monster and we have KHC. I think Monster has something to do with crypto, somebody said, but anyway, there's KHC for whatever reason down for the day. So there are only 2 stocks in that sector that are down for the day. Real estate, what's down for the day? There's only one, EQIX. Wow, $816. But so, how you use it will be up to you. But this is sort of a snapshot of what the market's doing. You can see the strongest sectors. I mean, there are no real weak sectors, but everything in energy is up. Everything in healthcare is up. Every single stock. So again, this build, okay, what has to happen is it's not hard to do. It just takes time to keep adding these channels. Like, see here, all the channels that we have. So here are all the channels that we have, including the sector status. I mean, you can take a look at this right now, but just remember, it's a layout, so you'll have to save your layout to the cloud first, because you can't have both layouts open at the same time. Yeah, I can't tell you when. Maybe by the end of the week. I can't tell you when, though. For sure. Maybe by the end of the week. And you can do other things too. I mean, I was showing you what we call, that's a docked channel bar. That's what's called the docked channel bar. And you can dock windows. So you can, this is what I've done here. I've taken these 4 windows, I put them in a dock so I can move it around. I mean, it's not a big deal for that one, but it's more of a bigger deal for, say, this one. It just makes it easier. Just let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is what I'm using in the pre-market. These are my pre-market scanners, okay? So instead of my having to, once the market opens, I don't want to see these anymore. So I would have to minimize each one of them. It's just a lot easier now. I just minimize the whole docked window. I just do this, done. Stuff like that. So notice here, guys, I left this in here. Yeah, I mean, I just can't tell you. I mean, again, it just takes time to add those channels. It's not hard to do. It just takes time till we add those channels so that when, you go to the channel, you'll see all the channels you're used to. We just don't want to release it. I'm just giving you a taste, guys. Now, notice, kept that stop in place for CAPR and got stopped out. All right, guys, I'm just looking at wishes. Just want to see now if anything is starting to move. I mean, the torch just got torched. I mean, TRCH, unless it's come back somewhat. Yeah, not really. Meanwhile, another China, I think this is another China education stock. A little bit of a lag there. Yeah, another China education stock. So they have just been slammed over the last Well, actually, this sort of was basing a bit here, but it's been slammed over the last few days. TEDU. Let's take a look at TAL. See, there's a little bug. I can see right off the bat. Normally, if I left click on this daily chart and I start typing, the little pop-up should appear. I can't do it from here for whatever reason. So now I have to go to my 15-minute chart. It's not a big deal, but obviously that shouldn't happen. Yeah, let's take a look at Fubo, F-U-B-O. Another very active stock. Yeah, nice. Look at this daily here. You can see if it can somehow take out 31.56, which is what, about $1.40 away. And there's the two highs right there in that daily chart. And then you look left. $43 is the next high looking left on the monthly. So big area for Fubo to try to take out. Meanwhile, guys, Wish is on the move. And volume coming in. All right, just you know who. Just a minute, just 1 second. What do I think it just had? I think that it's going to struggle to get through that 160 mark. Look at the daily chart right here. I think it's going to struggle. It's a huge float, so I know it had an upgrade to 325 from Riley, but I think it's going to really struggle. I think to get through this with that float. $750 million in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move it. So yes, it moved, I guess, because of that upgrade, but what is it going to take to get through this? The float on Wish, it's a big float, yeah, 275 million. It's a big float. But boy, there's that next high looking left, 254, or at least it was the next high looking left. So now the next new is 15. So this has got room. It's broken free today of all this. I mean, it just has some room. Like, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys, just watching. See if Globus is coming back at all, GLBS. And the answer is no. Torch, no. Mr. Real, good morning. I'm still kind of taking a look at POW to see if it has any sort of room. Not room, but a thrust over 8. Yeah, that it is, guys. The meme stocks in disarray today. Maybe this is it for a while. Look at Torch, boy. I mean, guys, that's a huge drop. 1088 now, 850, 850 or so. TRCH. Yeah, let's take a look at ENTX. Is this doing anything? ENTX, this is on my watch list. It just hasn't triggered. The volume, yeah, the volume is just too low. Yeah, just not a lot of follow through, HP agents. I mean, there's not a lot of follow through on, other than the SWBI, which is, yeah, as Real says, it's in beast mode, but not a lot of follow through for most of the stocks in the momentum scanner. Keep an eye on the AVXL, guys. Big star earlier on in the day. It's definitely having a decent pullback now. AVXL, big pullback. See if this holds. Just over 25, 25.43. Let's see if this holds and maybe starts moving higher again on some volume. Boy, big volume just coming into Wish. WISH, big volume. Look at that volume bar right there. Biggest one of the day. Now, Wish, boy, Wish is just ramping here, guys. Just give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys, AYTU though. AYTU, it sounds like it's just making another new high here. AYTU. So this is, again, I just look at this, I think, man, how is it going to get through here? The only good thing, it's 22 million in the float, 17 times normal volume. So, I mean, there is that aspect. If it can pop through that 560, then look at this 618. You know, it's got a shot to get too close to that 6 level. What a star wishes. Though a lot of people would not think it's a star who got in around $32 and it just sank for 4 months. So it's having a good month, but you know, you have to put it in perspective. So if you see a red line on the chart, usually that means that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. But you have to click on a, come on. All right, guys, I have lost my data. Here we go. Yeah, normally what that means is if it's a solid red line, that usually means if you look left, that's the next high looking left on a daily chart is Siri, okay? But it requires a real-time alert normally to see something, to see that, which I'm not getting any right now. All right, I mean, look, I may be completely wrong on this AYTU. This might just surge right through. Okay, just a minute. All right, well, this AYTU, I mean, it's coming into here's your area right there. 560, there's the high. 558, there's the high. If it can take out these two, then it has a shot to get to that sixth level. Lots of volume. 22 million in the float, so it's a low float. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm sure there must be something going on, but I don't see any specific news on it. Well, wish though, can't remember if this is shortable for me. It is shortable. Lots of shares available. 15.7 million at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now, but I mean, at some point, you would think it's going to run out of steam to a certain extent. Sorry guys, I'm just, I'm just kind of looking to see if anything else is popping in here. Maybe on a pullback or something. Maybe, let's see. This AVXL, again, if it just kind of holds, I mean, it was very strong, though it looks like it's, it's not holding. I was hoping maybe this area would hold and then get some volume and pop it through, but this looks like it's just going to fade right now, AVXL. All right, guys, listen. I'm going to just put myself on mute. I'm going to answer some emails. If something pops up, get a new alert. I'll certainly let you guys know. But right now, I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I am back, but still not really getting any new alerts. Let's take a look at the SPY. I want to just see what the SPY is doing in terms of movement. So we had a great move here. That was about an hour and 15 minutes. Just amazed not getting more new highs. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not seeing, other than a few stocks, just not a lot of follow through or no movement. Well, it's the first day of summer, but come on. Okay, thank you, Oscar, for asking a question. In fact, guys, this could be like a big question day. Okay, try to keep my interest here. Which symbol, Oscar? Tell me the symbol. Okay, so it may be a filter you're putting because there it is right there. It is out of the trade. It exited the trade. Okay, doesn't, but you know, unless you have a filter in here that just says open positions. If you have open positions, that's what's going to show. If you uncheck that though, you'll see all the trades. So is it possible that's what you've done? You've checked the filter, and right here where it says filter, if you've checked open positions, you're only going to see the open positions. Good. I'm glad that was an easy fix. Yeah, Viri was halted at what, 1117. Yeah, it's just got halted. So let's see what it could open at. Right now, it's hard to, well, right now it doesn't look like a good open, but you know, it's still early. It says 686, 686 and was halted at 710. So as we speak, you know, this, I mean, it's going to change, but right now it's not looking like a huge open. Now I see 708, 708. And again, if you're wondering what I'm looking at, this is just from Interactive Brokers. This is, you know, before it opens, this is what it's stacking up to be, but this changes. Typically, though, when you see something, say, that's halted at 710, You know, especially if it's the first halt and it's been zipping higher. Usually you see a bid ask quite a bit higher than that, but hey, it's still early. Early meaning that if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in, let's see, 11:22 plus 8 seconds. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. The halts resumes. Okay, so typically you can see right there, these are all 5-minute halts. 9:36 plus 32 seconds to 9:41, 9:43 plus 14 seconds, 9:48. So if this is a 5-minute halt, and that's typically what they are, this will open at 11:22 plus 8 seconds. Yeah, so idea surfing, yeah, I didn't, it is here, isn't it? Yeah, so usually it's unchecked. Well, I shouldn't say. I would always uncheck it. What surfing does, this is the toggle up here also, okay? This is, now we're surfing and now we're not. So what surfing does is it takes a look at every top list window that you have, okay? And it cycles through the top 3 as you have them sorted. So, and it'll just go through them over and over and over and over again, okay? So, once it would hit this one, it would take a look at AVXL, it would load the chart, then it would go to this one, and then this one, and then it would go to the next top list window. And over and over and over again. It keeps cycling through. So if you have it on surf mode, that's what happens. You don't need it checked at all, no. It's just sort of an interesting way to have the system load charts for you automatically. See how this one just loaded? I didn't do anything. The next one, TEDU, I didn't do anything. It's just loading charts. Then it's going on to the next top list window. Okay. Now when you start surfing, you see now I'm in surf mode, so it's going to load, it's going to go to a top list window, and then it's going to, again, load the top 3 as I have them sorted, then move on to the next one. But if I looked at this one, LDL, I thought, let's take a look at this one. This is obviously a buyout. Anyway, when I go to a chart, I can stop the surfing for a while. Well, as long as I keep in the chart. You know, I might want to examine the chart a lot longer. I think surfing is 5 seconds or something, and then it moves on to the next chart. And then once I back off the chart, it'll resume surfing again. And Veri just opened. So not a great open yet. I mean, this is not a great open yet, guys. I mean, it popped immediately to 740. But let's just see what happens here. Yes, it is, Trapper. Everything on my homepage, other than, if you click on my homepage link, so you'll be brought here. Yeah, in this education section right here, everything is, yeah, you don't have to be a subscriber to take a look at this. You don't have to be a subscriber to get the stock of the day video that I do or the trade of the week. Only thing you have to be a subscriber for, of course, is if you want my scans. But yeah, all the education links, yeah, you can just take a look at them. They're all free. And again, those lessons are just pertaining to trade ideas. These are not how to trade lessons. They're just showing you what the basic features we have. Okay, guys, GSAT is trying. keep getting a new high here. I just think it's going to really struggle to get through here. Now, if it can get through there, fine. Then it might have a shot to get to that. What was the level up here? Next high is $1.92. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm now back. Let's see what the VIRI is doing. VIRI. Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, this isn't bad. I mean, it hasn't collapsed. So for whatever reason, Okay, so let's see. Spikes higher after Zach's. Okay, so this is a Zach's tweet, I guess. Phase 2A trial. So that was the reason for the little pop. Wow, it's what WBI, not over. Smith & Wesson, not over yet. Super strong, one of the very few that I've seen anyway. Very strong stocks all day. I mean, had that one little red candle here, but what a great trend. Wow, over 27 now. So what's the high of the day? Is 27.25. Again, we're getting closer to an all-time high. 27.79 is the all-time high, so we're within $1 of that. You know, it takes us out either today or tomorrow. I mean, who knows where this is going. 27.27, yeah, you've been talking about that level. Hit 27.25. Another one that is, I mean, it's interesting to watch. It just hasn't really broken out, but I would, keep an eye on this one going forward. Maybe not today, but keep an eye on RAPT. They did the financing. I want to say 35.70 or so, or maybe 25. So it might be just a little bit above the financing price. Had the huge day last week, follow through, and then they announced the financing. So it's been kind of stuck in this area. RAPT, but look at the float, 16 million. So if it ever gets going again, what did it get to that day? It got up to $43. So 43.26. So, just keep an eye on this one, RAPT. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to point out a bug to one of our developers. Wow, Smith & Wesson still strong. Yeah, so there's that 27. What was that level? 27.27. So it's above that now. A little bit, anyway. Pow is not following. All right, guys, I just want a confirmation that it is Sean going to be in the YouTube room at noon when I take my break. So just give me a moment here. Okay, guys. Well, you said wish, 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 wish. There it is through the 13 now. Ah, okay. It's Chris today, not Sean. Boy, I mean, this is the all-time high coming closer and closer, 40 cents away. A little more than 40 cents, 43 cents away, I guess, from the all-time high for Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Well, maybe that all-time high will stall it for SWBI. Well, I don't know if I have a favorite one. I mean, it'll probably gravitate to these two more than anything, the options and the momentum, but I'm not sure they're my favorite ones. I mean, this is pretty good too, you know. I mean, it's all depends on the day. Well, I do have a price alert set for ATHA up here, 1160 or so, which would be the high of, well, not quite the high of Friday. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I mean the SPY is up big, the Dow is up big, NASA is up big. I'm just not seeing, from what I look at anyway, stocks that are had like great trends. I mean SWBI obviously a great trend. I'm not saying there aren't any. I know there are out there, but just the stuff that I look at. Out. A out. Let's see what an A out is doing. Yeah, wow. Just this is rebranded, right? This, I think there was something else, wasn't it? AOSL or something like that before. I may be wrong. I think they changed their symbol. Yeah, I mean, it's a great. I just out of the price range I like, but great, great monthly chart. That's for sure. All right, yeah, I'm seeing the AEI, so maybe that'll start to move here. I mean, it is moving. Of course, it's moving now, right from here, but over 7. Remember, it hit in the pre-market, hit 827. You know, they put Tesla in the price in the press release, so that got people's interest. I'm not saying they didn't have anything to do with Tesla, but I think they're buying 20 panels from them or something like that. Yeah, no, I know. I think it was 20 panels or something like that. I mean, it looks good. Hey, listen, I'm not trying to downplay it, but well, guys, you know this GSAT keeps testing here. No, Smith and Wesson still strong. SWBI still strong. Getting close to the all-time high. SWBI. Where will this go? All right, guys. GSAT. You know what? I don't know, just buy it and be done with it. Never trade out of boredom. Who said that? I'll be taking my break pretty soon. So oh, I always say that. I'm just kidding. I always say that. Don't trade out of boredom. Sorry, guys. I'm just, kind of watching some things on my other monitor just to see whether or not there's any action. I mean, Wish, SWBI. I mean, I guess those are the two best. But Wish was a little bit choppy, but certainly SWBI. It's just getting closer and closer to that all-time high. Amazing. $27.79. So it's 15 cents away, 16 cents away right now. Yeah, just go to the alert window, go to properties and uncheck the actions. Properties, and where it says actions, check on actions and then uncheck the play sound. and then say okay, and that'll do it. Okay. Which stock was upgraded by 9 analysts this morning? I certainly didn't see that in briefing.com, but what stock are you talking about, Market Messiah? Well, guys, you know what? We're almost there. SWBI almost an all-time high now. In fact, there it is, all-time high now for SWBI. Yeah, you would think, you would think, but boy, oh boy, is this strong. All right, give me a moment here, guys. My headset just died on me. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, those of you who took the wish, good for you and held it. This has been an awesome one today. Certainly on a percentage move. Look at this. Well, this might help. If you file and then save layout, it may tell you the layout. You know, I mean, if it's not the default layout. So so this is for you, Silent. So if you click on File and then Save Layout, the layout name that you're using should be here. Okay, good. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put this. We're getting closer to my break. Thank goodness. I'm sorry. I don't know why. It's just been a really, boring day because I didn't get into the Wish or the SBWI. But for me, anyway, it's been just kind of one of those days. So I will put the YouTube link in here. Chris will be there today. Boy, Smith and Wesson SWBI bursting through that all-time high now. Well, at least I'll have a stock to talk about. Look at this, what a trend. I mean, my goodness, only one red candle briefly for SWBI today. Well, okay, well, I know some of you wanted to short this one earlier here, maybe around this area. Well, maybe you got a bit of a scalp out of it, but boy, how strong is this? Give me a moment, please, guys. I think Chris is going to get into their YouTube room, and then I'll take my break.
Good afternoon, everybody here in YouTube land. For anybody that's never had me in the Q&A support here at noon, filling in for Sean, my name's Chris Varley, one of the traders and support team members here with Trade Ideas. Uh, Familiar with the setup for the day. Come at me with any questions, or want to look at some charts, or whatever you guys want to do. You direct the content on this. I don't have anything preloaded or pre-done or set up here, so I'll await your questions and instructions. If not, I'll just start kind of perusing through some stuff and seeing if I can't generate some conversation with you all. Take a peek around here at what Ms. Holly is doing. Mara, huh? What's that? Blockchain, right? Probably follow this price action along with Bitcoin, I bet, which I don't really pay attention to much in crypto land. Sony. That's an interesting one from Holly. You don't usually see her trade these really big float ones here. Big day for it. 2% up. 1.2 billion in the float. Pretty hefty. I don't see any questions or anything like that. GME, yeah, I saw someone talking about it earlier. I'm guessing that it's doing a death march at the moment, is what I understood. There's something about it nearing 200, below 200 now. Yeah, my thoughts on GME. I mean, I don't trade like that to start with. I have a very distinct set of things that I will and will not do. Have to live within my means, if you will, in the trading world. I don't have money to speculate like that. However, if I were to pretend for a moment like I had money that I could burn and willing to take that big of a risk, let's expand a daily chart here and then kind of zoom into the price action that actually matters. So things that I would do, first off, I don't use a lot of these indicators anymore. This is an old layout that I haven't updated, so I'm going to get rid of 200 day because I don't care about that anymore. Remove. Let's get rid of the 10 SMA because I don't like that anymore. Remove. Alright, and let's add, what do I like? I like period low, multi-period low, 20 days, add, save, and close. Okay, now let's look at GME here. Get a bigger chart. Bigger the chart, the better, I feel like. So if I were looking at GME and thinking about anything with it, I would say that first off, it looks really sick at this point, although it started to look almost kind of nice and healthy like uh, sometime last week. What was it last? No, the week before when we did this stuff here. Um, you could have almost made the case for long-term cup and handle like stuff starting to go on, which is my big go-to on patterns on daily charts. But failed breakout, and it is not a coincidence that that failed breakout coincided with that failed breakout there, and we roll over in the price action. Obviously, we've rolled over this far before. Let's clean that chart up and let's put the lines that matter right now here. And so obviously we've rolled over to this level and we found some great support right here. And this indicator that I just added, which I believe all of you have access to now, is simply a 20-day low. That's I like to look at. It's one of my big go-tos when I'm scanning, when I'm determining my stops and things like that. This plays a big role here. So that's why I see it make straight lines like this and only kind of adjust as that 20-day low is made some big changes right in here. It was constantly changing looking back at that 20 days. So I would say that GME's final stand, in my personal opinion, is that area right there somewhere, which price action wise is, let me bring this over so it's closer. I don't know, somewhere in the 180 range, give or take. I think if it busts through that, barring them doing some kind of miracle with a CEO change or a complete overhaul of what GE's doing or GME's doing, I'd say that's a good night for GME. That's, again, my 2 cents. And to give you an idea of how often I'm right, it's probably less than 50% of the time. So, my big thing is whenever I discuss trading with anybody, my key is to be wrong for as little time as possible and right for as long of a time as possible. If I'm right 40% of the time, but I keep those rights for long periods of time, it works out pretty well for me so far. So that's my GME thoughts. Again, I think it's one of those things that if you're trading it, I hope you have the money to speculate more or less because that is what you are doing. There's no real fundamental case to be made there whatsoever, and it's a manipulated stock, if you will, by whether it's the Reddit boys or the hedge funds or whoever you want to call it. It's not just trading regular. It's not some just regular technical analysis that's going on there. In my opinion, again, for what that's worth, my opinion isn't a whole lot. I don't think so. That's that. What else do we have going on here? Grant can't be the only one with some questions for me. Surely some of you must have some other. Nio. All right, let's do Nio now. Nio, if I can type, that would probably help. Um, was this? Oh yeah, that's the Chinese Tesla or whatever you want to call it. I do believe this is going to be a strong chart when we start to expand and look at it. I know it had a great run in the fall, and actually Andy had made it as a trade of the week call, and it was a fantastic trade of the week. As a matter of fact, I believe that was actually back here on this gap up and then kind of break away through here, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was here. I can't remember. It might have been November, actually, not October. So again, we bring in a drawing tool and things that we're going to look at that are an interest for us. First, that's a huge float. So, but even with that huge float, we can see a big price action moves nonstop. There isn't really anything to report on that short float or short growth that I would consider any significance. Um, I would just go with this here. We've had this run up, that pullback, a run up, and a pullback. So you've got overhead supply up here, up around $60 or so. And I would suspect that you're going to have people that are trapped here, that as the price action continues to try to push higher, they're going to dump their shares on the people buying. That would be a short term look at it. If you're a believer in the stock, I would say that we found a really, really healthy base here for 4 months basically, and now have built off that pretty healthy base. And we've made a price action move up, and we start to consolidate here, which I like. And so I wouldn't be surprised, barring once again it's China, so careful. China, BIOS, careful. But I would say, without the market rolling over anything, I would say that the you start to see the price action start to move over to that line right now, start to continue to grind its way up. I don't see any reason for it not to. That's my 2 cents. And then again, like I said, you're going to have people here that are possibly bag holders or whatever. Foxhole prayer, please let the price get back up there so I can dump my shares. And they'll continue to probably try to keep that price down. So the buy and sell dance that goes on for overhead supply. Jason, is there a way to get my layout? I mean, sure, I can share this layout with you. It's just something I created for doing support sessions here. It's not a layout that I run during the day, and in fact, I almost run no scans during the day with trade ideas anymore. I do my scanning at night. I set price alerts and things like that for the next days. Things start to meet what I like to see, then I'll trade. If they don't meet what I like to see, I sit on my hands. I'm more of a swing and position trader. If things make if I enter something and they make a huge move on that first day, I'm dumping shares right away, obviously, to lock in some profit, and then try to let the plan work from there. I'll share this layout with you if you like, and you're welcome to do what you want with it from there. Save or share to cloud, entire layout. We'll call it Chris. Support layout. Save and share. Copy. Oh, wait, you know what? Sorry, I gotta switch. I'm on a different YouTube thing here. Give me 1 second to put it on the right account. There we go. And there you have it. That's my support layout. You're welcome to it. There's nothing fancy about it. And the my like that you see over here, that's attached to my liked symbol. So you're not going to get anything there on that scan because that's my personal my like symbols list. What I see in it is not going to be what other people see in it. Also, I've been I'll call it lazy, even though it doesn't have to do with being lazy. Actually, I have not been updating it like I normally do. I usually update it every 2 to 3 days, taking symbols on and off. However, I'm at my max positions for a while. I'm holding things, and I'm not making any moves currently, so I'm not trading, and I don't see any reason to do any extra chart work when I have other things that I'm actually currently working on. So I've just got positions that I'm letting them work, and I'm at my max amount that I'll put out there into the market for trading. So that's that, anyways, Jason. If you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer. And then let's see. Tuber. If I played the strength alerts last week, is there an update on last week's, or should I cut and move on? That's going to be on you, what your trading plan is. I don't remember what the alerts specifically were for last week, I'll be honest. But that question leads me into what, Michael Noss, or, especially Michael Noss, who's the, curator or creator of the strength alerts, is, what's your trading plan? When you entered those trades, did you have stops and targets in mind? Were they time stops? Were they price stops? Was there a combination of both? If you don't, I can't recommend to buy or sell or anything like that, but, I'll just give you my 2 cents of what happened to me several times, especially in my first, we'll say 12 months, but probably realistically, if I'm, really beating myself up, probably 15, 16 months of trading, is oftentimes I entered without a stop. And whenever I asked someone that was a trader, had been trading for a long time, they would say to me, I'm not going to give you advice, but if you entered a trade without a stop and you're underwater on it, cut that trade right this minute, is what they used to tell me, because you didn't have a plan to start with. So regardless if it's a winner or a loser at this point, you didn't have a plan. So what are you holding on to? So if you don't have a plan before, I'd suggest making one now. A lot of what I do for stops involves either an 8 EMA, a 20 SMA, or a 20 low period. That's more or less how I share size. It's part of my written trading plan that I came up with. Took me 2 years to actually sit down and suck it up and say, all right, what's your real trading plan, Chris? And that's kind of how that went. Um, so if you've seen me in supports before, or you've heard any of a YouTube video that I've done here or there, trading is not a job. If you think trading is a job, you have absolutely 100% the wrong mentality for trading. You want a job, you go to McDonald's, you get a job sweeping the floor, running the fryer. You want to trade, you own a business. You are now a business. You do not open a business without a business plan. You do not trade without a trading plan. You want to go to the bank and get money to open a business, they're going to ask you, what's your plan? What are we giving you money for? Well, you should think of it the same way. You're taking your hard-earned money, your savings from your bank account to put it into a trading account, and so you're giving yourself a business loan. And would you give anybody on this planet a business loan without a solid, viable plan? No sane person on this planet would do that, regardless of how much money they have. And you should not be doing the same thing. That's how that works. That's my personal opinion. That was something that someone relayed to me once upon a time. It didn't sink in right away, but it started to sink in after time. So, a job, all you have to do is show up and be told what to do. A business, you're the one telling everybody what to do. And if you don't have a plan to tell you what to do, you're putting yourself behind the eight ball right away. No, absolutely, yeah. Of course, and like there was things that were said to me early on in trading that certainly hurt my feelings, and I didn't like what was said to me. But when I sat back and looked at it unobjectively about what the realities of trading is and business and things like that, it is what it is. When I was day trading, I was really struggling day trading. It was a lot of, one step forward, two steps back, one step forward, one and a half, or, one step back, one and a half step forwards. It was just eking out gains. Someone pointed out to me, maybe you're not good at day trading. They said also keep in mind that nobody ever became wealthy from day trading. The big money is in holding, whether it's holding for 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 months, 2 or 3 years. That's where the wealthy people's money came in. Nobody ever hit the $3 million move from holding something for an hour. That it just doesn't work that way. So take that for what it's worth. Um, you know. Let's see, Michael, I have volume question. I'm trying to build a scan that will show early volume spikes. However, cannot get ORPH at 10:50 a.m. Eastern to come up with historical scans. Obviously, a volume spike. So let's take a look at ORPH. Oops, be good if I can type. And just to give you guys one other, while I'm mentioning things about trading plans and stuff like that, my background, for anybody that hasn't had any interaction with me, I did not go to college for anything other than some casual fluent Spanish classes, some astronomy classes, and some physics classes that I went to just to take for fun. I have no degree, no education in finance whatsoever. I'm a career restaurant worker that transferred out of restaurants within the last 6 months. I was swing trading and working in restaurants, and then I was offered a position here with Trade Ideas, and I left the restaurant world, and I work here and trade my account. Um, I would say it took me, I started trading in August 2017. I did not start having any real success trading until August of 2019. In the last, I'll say, 8 months, I've gotten to the point with trading where I can certainly pay my bills just trading, but I won't be putting any real money away. So that's realistic. What happened to me. So on June 10th, we're looking at that's going to be a tough one going back on those dates like that. But Michael, are you familiar with our stocks like this page? Yeah, so as far as that, what you did, I mean, I think, again, I can't give advice on trading there, Tuber, but, my 2 cents is you probably did the right thing by cutting it. Gains made by ill strategies can be just as dangerous as the losses made by, an ill strategy. In the sense that, so for example, I had an early trade, very early in my trading career, I had a trade where I got caught in a halt on the way up, and I ended up, with a good chunk of change from it. And I wound up trying to chase something like that for a long time again when it was just, a really impractical thing, number one. Number two, I had no plan on when I bought the stock. I just saw a ton of volume, a spike, and I pressed buy. And I happened to get lucky and get in a halt on the way up that halted on the way up two more times after that, and that proceeded to cause me heartache afterwards because I handed back all those gains within the next week, and then a whole lot more trying to do exactly what I had done before. So that works like that. Michael, it's our stocks like this page. So here, let me. This is a really great tool. It has its limitations. However, it is a fantastic tool that you can use to back engineer a scan. So if you come to the Trade Ideas homepage here, all right, and you come to support on that right side, scroll down to traders area, and you go to the stocks like this here. This is going to give you something where it gives you a snapshot of what a stock was doing between a 5 minute period. You can make it between a 15-minute period, 30-minute period, I think, up to 60-minute period. So it won't give you a time stamped whatever, but so we can take that stock and what was it there? ORPH, and we can go to June 10th. Now, this does not go back as far as our regular historical data. You only got a few days on this, and you said 10:50 a.m. Eastern, so 10:50 a.m. Eastern. And now we can take a 5-minute snapshot at every filter and alert that this met when we click submit. And here you have it, sports fans. So when people say, "Oh, how do I catch what stock XYZ did today, yesterday, whatever?" You have to time lag it a few minutes because the server needs time to pull in data and digest it and so on and so forth. But we can see that these are every alert that this made in that 5 minutes at 10:50 here. Every alert that triggered in that by that stock, and now we can see all the statistics of all the relevant data that came in for our filters. So we can see what its price was, what its average number of prints had been, what its 5-day average volume, blah, 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 blah. So we can take it to, if you want to look at 5-minute volume, here we go. That's where it was at 5-minute volumes. It had no volume all the way up to 15K on that 5-minute. On 10-minute, 200 to 7,000, 15, 30, so on and so forth. We can see what its volatility was, both percentage in dollars, average true range, 2-minute range, so on and so forth. So everything that we have statistic wise is here. I think there are a few filters that have been added over the last few years that may not show up on here, but if that's getting you hung up, then sorry, too bad. So that's how that goes. So let me know if you're with me, Michael, and then I'll get to you, Press, on your question about EMAs there. Sorry, just checking out some of the internal support chats. That's where I really live, is in the internal support chats on our homepage, and just seeing what the scoop is there, if there's anything that I can ever help out with. All right, perfect, Michael. Glad that helps. So, listen, it's not, again, there's no holy grail scan. I know everybody wants I want the scan that would alert me to whatever's going to do. There's no predictor scan. It doesn't exist. The closest you might be able to get, is, if you could get data that goes way back further in hours. And, there's a saying in a book that I've been reading recently, everything returns to its mean. to the average, if you will. Unfortunately, that data set that we have going back more than 64 days doesn't exist. However, if you can find that data set, then you might be able to craft some stuff that is quote unquote a little more magical. But there's great idea generation that can be had using the stocks like this page, that you can get a snapshot of some ideas of combining some different filters, what those values were, and it sets you on a path anyways, of nothing else, to get what you're looking for. So let's see, we're gonna move on to this 9 EMA question. So I'm trying to set custom 9 EMA crossing VWAP. Can you please? Nope. Sorry, no EMA filters. You are speaking to the king of wanting EMA filters. I have been bothering Trade Ideas for over 3 years for EMAs. Before I was a employee here, I continue every single meeting we have, ask when are we going to get EMAs, and I'm constantly told to shut up. So I'm just kidding. They don't tell me to shut up. But there's just, I guess there's more work that's done on the server end than I really understand when it comes to coding these things. And we are working on stuff in what's called our Market Explorer. I know that Brad shows it off once in a while or discusses it on the Wednesday 5 p.m. Eastern Q&As. We're starting to make some good headway there, and that will open some stuff up to EMAs. We're hopeful sometime in the near future. What that near future timeline is, I don't have it, but for now there's just the SMAs, and those are on the periods that you see when you come into any scan. So I'm going to get rid of that stocks like that thing. So I mean, you're really limited to, if we come into the configure here, and we go to search, and we go to SMAs, and we're going to just look at filters, not alerts. You're really limited into what you find here in these filters for these time periods. While we have some customization abilities in filters, we cannot look back. We cannot change time periods. We have to have the data point for it. So this is what you have to work with. As far as any VWAP goes, VWAP being an intraday moving average, if you will, it's anchored according to what you anchor to. So traditional VWAP was always anchored from the beginning of a day. We now have options for anchored VWAPs going back to 5 days in both dollars and percent terms. So that's what you have to work with on those VWAPs. Decide what VWAP you want to work with, decide what SMA you want to work with, and plug those in for filters. But as far as getting it for like a cross or anything like that, we just don't have cross alerts really right now. We are, like I said, we're working on it on the Market Explorer. There may or may not be something not too far out that has to do with some cross alerts, but it's being tested internally right now. And as those things get ready, we start to pump them out to you guys. So that's the short and skinny on EMAs. Question: are you to the pattern day trader swing rule for 1 or 2 days? No. The pattern day trader rule only works if you're doing only has to do with doing round trips for margin accounts under $25,000. So I was someone that was under $25,000 account. What I did was I went to a cash account. And I made sure I just traded if I was going to day trade. If I decided I was getting in something and thought I was going to day trade that, yeah, you're welcome. Any info that we can share, we want to be as transparent with everybody here as possible, and it's not that we don't receive these requests and things that people want. It's just that first, we probably get a few thousand requests for things that people want in the software a month, and most of those requests never overlap. Number one, and number two, us as traders, we're kind of on the forefront to take the brunt of those requests while the devs hide in the coding world of developing, and they don't tell us a lot other than yes and no, or it's on its way, and that's all we get from them really. So but back to pattern day trader rule stuff. So I moved over to trade just a cash account for a long time. Made sure they only trade on the settled cash because there's a lot of different violations that can come about, unfortunately, with free ride violations and good faith violations, and those things aren't actually regulated rules by the SEC. A lot of those are more broker held rules. So what TD does for a good faith violation or free ride violation may not be the same as IB, or so on and so forth. But that's how I made my way around it. So basically, I didn't. I had a rule depending on what the market was doing. So for right now, we began to chop around, and I was caught off guard by this chop. And my, prognostication of prognostications, I thought once we had retested 420 the other day on the SPY, I thought that was it. We were good to go. And obviously we were not, as we hang back around that level again. And so I started to enter positions that I probably would not have entered if I was stuck to being in a cash account where I couldn't get in and out on the same day. So it comes to that thing where a lot of times I decided, do I want to enter this trade when I know I can't get out of it today? And so I share size accordingly and just, worked according to that stuff. But I didn't want to be hampered by the day trader rule. And so my way around that was literally to go to a cash account and just work off the cash that I worked with. And to give you an idea of how small of an account that I started with, I started with a $3,000 account. Now, I did not trade my way all the way up to $25,000. I had trades that went my way to add to that account. I saved money. I kept adding money to that account accordingly, and so on and so forth. So it wasn't like, not one of those gurus like whoever's out there and, blowing smoke up everybody's what and telling them, oh, I took $1,000 and turned it into $25,000. Those people very well may have done that, but I would also bet that anybody that's done that has been trading for over 10 years and have had, success over the years of trading. So that's kind of, my 2 cents on all that. Trade the account you have, not the account you want. There's a lot of times where I thought, had scans that were looking at stocks that I was never going to trade, and I know that people say, you trade on a percent basis and so on and so forth like that. I was, when I was at a $4,000 and $5,000 and $8,000 account, I wasn't trading stocks that cost $100 a share. I didn't care what percent move they could have. It didn't work for my mindset, my eyes, or my trading plan. And while very well it may have worked for someone else with an $8,000 account, it did not work for me. I also found really quickly that trading stocks I'll say under $5, but really under $8 for me also didn't work. Stocks in price ranges have personalities. Stocks from $0 to $1 have a personality. Stocks from $1 to $2 have a personality. Under 5 has a personality. Under 10 has a personality. And it goes back to psychology because people have personalities. And the people that trade those have certain mentalities. And that's just the way it works. You want to see human psychology, open a stock chart. It tells you everything you need to know about human psychology. And that's the game you have to, it's a puzzle, putting stock trading together. It's all a puzzle, putting all these things together, whether it's, just looking at the chart for the technicals, the fundamentals, combination thereof. And then, not just looking at a chart of the stock you're looking at what the overall market's doing. And is that, you could have a stock that you really like and and it has a large market cap, and so it's going to be more affected by the SPY than the IWM, for example. And, these are a lot of moving parts that one has to put together to have success in trading. And it's the reason why when someone tells you, or you hear a lot of people say, yeah, it took me about 2 years to get success, that's why. It takes time to put those moving parts together. I was a cocky individual, if you will, when I first started trading. I taught myself to speak fluent Spanish, completely fluent Spanish. I remembered a little bit from high school, put some CDs and tapes on an iPad or iPod or whatever the heck it was back then, and some workbooks, and I literally taught myself to speak fluent Spanish. I lived in Argentina for a while. People thought I was from Argentina. I spoke it so well, so I'm like, hey, stock trading is going to be nothing, and then I lost several $1,000s. So that's how that worked. If you set up a chart, with the indicators, how do you export the same settings to other charts with set as default? So yeah, well, this is how that works. So if you right click and you go to save as default right here on anything, a chart, a scan, anything like that, that will save it as a default, so that every time you go to new and open the chart or price alert window or single stock window or whatever it is that you want a new of, it'll open it just like that with that chart like that. If you want the chart that you currently have saved like that, you save your layout locally. Well, you could save it in the cloud too. Always save everything to the cloud and save it locally. But there's some work that you can do on a chart that will not save to the cloud. So for example, if you use a markup and you put a horizontal line on a chart and then you save it to the cloud, that chart's not going to have that horizontal line if you load from the cloud. If you save it locally, like, when you exit Trade Ideas and ask, do you want to save layout? If you save it like that, those changes will be made there. The same holds true for Brokerage Plus. If you're using Brokerage Plus and you make some changes in Brokerage Plus to the columns or anything like that, you have to save those changes locally, and that goes equal for the scans that you have. If you're creating scans that you're using to trade off of the charts or something like that, they're loaded in Brokerage Plus. You have to save all that stuff locally. That's that. I won't dive down Holly unless someone has a question, which is one of my personal nightmares, Holly and automation, but to each their own. If someone wants to use it, by all means, it's there as an option. Yeah, Fernando, you got it, man. While we don't, necessarily teach trading here, we talk trading, and I probably talk it a little more than the other guys because like I said, I have a much different background. The other guys, they all, come from trading backgrounds for a long time in markets and things like that. So they have a completely different perspective, view, and set of opinions on trading than I do. They traded a lot of the stuff of the late 80s and 90s and all those bubbles and things like that. And while, I owned some stocks and bought some stocks when the crash of 2008 happened, leading into it and leading out of it, I wasn't trading or anything like that. It's just, there was some stocks like Apple and a few things like that that I liked and I bought, and, that was that. So completely different animal, trading and just, buying and holding stocks because you like a stock. So, and I have a passion for trading, maybe because I'm still young in the trading world. I love to talk it, and this gives me an opportunity to do it. I wish maybe I did a little more of these support webinars, but, the other guys, they got seniority on it. They've been here a long time, so I fill in, Sean's out doing whatever he's doing today, taking a little me time, and so I got the opportunity to come in and be able to share with you guys today and kick around some thoughts and ideas, so... I think we're caught up on the few things that people are pinging around here and asking. So keep firing things away. Like I said, I've done a few of these, and so I don't like to go too much into what I do trading wise and bore people that have heard me 1,000 times. And well, really, I've actually done this a dozen times. So I don't want to bore anybody with my boring trading or anything like that. But I'm always happy to share kind of what I look at, why I look at it, how I look at it, things like that. So. I take a look at my positions, and I got my tail handed to me last week on Thursday and Friday. Talk about trading the plan. I got a little cocky. I had a really big run up the week before last week, and then early last week, and I actually had some of my best trading days ever, which I then followed up by two of almost my worst trading days ever last Thursday and Friday. And it only happened because I was very up in some positions. I got greedy, did not take profits when I should have, and it was part of my trading plan, and then proceeded to watch positive positions go red because people and emotions, and I got right out of it. Got right out of what I was supposed to be doing. So now I'm kind of licking my wounds, and while I didn't get stopped out on anything, I certainly didn't trade my plan. And it goes back to when I was being asked earlier about the strength alerts. I had the plan. I executed the plan right up until my exits, and instead of exiting with some extra profits to kind of lock things in and be a little more secure in those positions, I did not do it, and I was left, won't say bag holding, but it stinks having been up in positions, and now I have money committed in positions that are now technically down that I should have very well locked profit in. So, here we are, 4 years later, and I still make those mistakes, so it is what it is. Anything to help Grant, and it just, we're humans. Anybody that thinks that they're going to take emotion out of trading, you're out of your mind, unless you're a sociopath, and by all means, you probably be able to do that. What we do is manage our emotions. We recognize them, we learn them, and we don't let them control us. That's why we have trading plans. That's how that works, more or less, And like I said, I got caught up in my emotion of greed last week. I really saw, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna be taking an extra vacation this year, and oh man, actually no, I'm not. That's how that went. So, but we don't control greed and fear. What we do is we manage them. That's how that works. Yeah, and like I said, some of the things that I start off here early on, they're harsh realities that none of us want to hear. When I first started, reading some trading books and talking to a few traders that were willing to lend me their ear, and they're telling me, oh, it took me 2 years, it took me 3 years, it took me 4 years. Some of these are people are telling me, I'm like, well, I don't have that kind of time. Well, here I am, however many years later, and it's, in all honesty, I had nothing but time. It was either that, or I could, manage restaurants that I didn't care to be a part of, and wait tables and bartend and do things like that. So, I didn't, I was a single dad. I still am a single dad, but I wanted, like everybody else, I wanted, that quick success, and I thought I was a smart guy. Just made some bad decisions early in life, and I thought, well, I'm smart. I'll just, get my way right out of this by studying. And well, yes, but it still took time, and that's that. For anybody that's in here and may not be a Trade Ideas subscriber yet, I always like to share my perspective of what I did with Trade Ideas 2. I discovered them in April 2017. And then I attended all the 5 p.m. Eastern webinars humanly possible that I could. The Traders Room, as much as I humanly could with Barry, and there is 10 times more resources with Trade Ideas than there was back then, and I thought there was a lot then. And then when that test drive came along that July, that's when I took the test drive and I never looked back. And when I say never looked back, I mean I took a subscription after the test drive and then proceeded, like I said, to get smacked up by the market for a year and a half, 2 years. But part of that was also, I started going live trading, without ever paper trading basically or anything like that, so I didn't follow a lot of the advice that was given to me, and it is what it is. But I had nothing but time, and there was no reason for me to rush into it. I wish I'd taken that same perspective going into actually live trading, because I was of the mindset I gotta make money trading now, and instead I lost money, and it would have benefited me to have waited because I didn't gain anything by jumping into trading right away. In fact, I lost by jumping into trading right away. So there was nothing gained by rushing it whatsoever. So it is, once again, it is what it is. Hindsight's always 2020. That's that. So let's see. I'll take a look at some sectors here. I've been super bullish energy, and if you listen to any of these things that I did over the late fall and maybe very early winter, I could not speak badly enough about oil. I've flipped my tune on oil as the world has flipped its tune on oil, it seems. And by the world, I mean these stock charts. Thanks. We appreciate hearing that. I mean, look, I get emails that tell us the other way. So, I had a series of emails and chats today that told us that our trading platform is a joke because we don't have level 2, and that we're a waste of time and money, and we're overcharged and overrated. And that was that person's opinion. And I mean, I don't like hearing those things, as I am a very big defender of Trade Ideas, very big defender of us, but it is what it is. I have never in my life looked at level 2 data and considered it for 1 second and one thing that I do in trading whatsoever. But I know people that are successful traders and they live and die by level 2. And by all means, if it works for you, that it is what it is. It works. That's it. That's how it works. So, let's see. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, it is what it is with Trade Ideas. A lot of it is data interpretation. I have an evening scan that I look at. I shared it with someone once, and they said, "Well, I think that's better for intraday scanning." And I said, "Okay, well, I use it for swing trading. How you want to interpret data," and they've liked the scan. They don't get as much use out of it as I do, but they said it's helped them intraday actually a little bit here and there, and they don't see the data the same way as I do. It's exact same data, interpreted differently. So you're able to set that alert. I like to do that too. Just join in chat. Steve, no, there's no. We don't have EMAs as a data point, and we don't really do a lot on cross alerts in general. So my recommendation was if you go through what we have for filters. Look at the SMA filters we have and then decide what VWAP you want to do, because VWAP isn't a continuous run like an SMA filter is. Traditional VWAP is just an intraday, starting at the beginning of intraday price, moving on, volume weighted average, obviously. We do have options for anchored VWAP now, courtesy of Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon. And so, we have that goes back 5 days, 5-day anchor VWAP, both dollars and percent. So you can look at those filters and run it as a top list is what my suggestion would be to you, and then get some ideas generated off that top list, what looks close to a cross or near a cross on whatever SMA you decide to settle on from the SMAs that we have an option for. And that would be my 2 cents there, Steve D, on that. But we don't have, we're really limited on crosses right now. We are working on stuff in our Market Explorer. We're testing something now, but it's, we test, it works, it breaks, it doesn't work, we go back to the drawing board with it, retest, and things like that. So, like I was explaining before, none of this stuff is easy at all on the developer side. Moving along, do you know much in the CMT certificate 1, 2, 3 levels? I'm working on level 1, just want to know how the community views it. I I personally have ambitions to move into the CMT world. Michael Noss that works with us that does, I don't know if he does Tuesdays now, and him and Steve switched, or if he still does Wednesdays. He used to always do Wednesdays for this time slot on the Q&A. He's a newly minted CMT a few months ago. He's been trading for a long time, been in prop firms, all that stuff like that. I really enjoy the stuff that he does and shares, especially in the strength alerts. I don't trade them a ton just because I don't have extra capital to allocate to it to get away from what my trading plan is. But I'm big into what the CMT community does in general. On Twitter, I follow a whole bunch of people that are CMT. It doesn't mean that I think everything they say is gospel. Again, a lot of it's data interpretation, how they look at charts, what they think of it. But there's a lot of good stuff in the CMT world, and so I say pursue it. I don't see any reason not to whatsoever. If you have the means and the ambition and the mindset for it, go at it. I'm hoping to start this fall to get some free time to do that. So I just don't, working full time. A child here all the time. Did a lot of homeschooling this year, like a lot of people probably listening did. I just don't have the time to get all involved in the CMT, so I've kind of touched on it a little bit, but I plan to get, elbow deep into it this fall. And, I think the community overall views it very well. You're going to have your fundamental people in the world of stocks that think stock or technical analysis is mumbo jumbo. But, pull up a chart and look at pivot lines, look at what these SMAs do, these EMAs do, It's human emotion. They work on human emotion. There's no end-all, be-all to any of it. So that's my 2 cents on CMTs. Great, appreciate and support. Of course, yeah, on that, studied level 2 for years, and it's proven to be nothing but fake out to this day. Yeah, that's, Kev, another guy, another Chris that I work with here. I'm Chris V. There's a Chris M that works here. He loves whatchamacallit, what are we talking about? Level 2. He loves it. He does great by it. It does well. He's a really excellent trader, really, really excellent trader, and that's why he uses it. It works for him, and he says the same thing. I get all of it, but he's also pointed out, not in an argument sense with some of us internally here, but he's shown us things that he saw on a trade that he was thinking about and why he made the move according to level 2, and then it exploded off of whatever or failed one side or the other based on what he was seeing on the level 2, and it works for him, and I wouldn't, if it works, use it. I just, as someone who had to teach myself everything, what is a simple moving average? What is a trend line? What is a pivot? What is a bull flag? What is a cup and handle? I had to teach myself all this stuff, and I just found that level 2, it was a bit above my brain capacity at that time. I started to have success with what I was doing, and so I haven't to this point seen a need to use it. But and the other thing is the guys that work here that I work with that traded in the 90s, they said level 2 was a lot different back then. The head fakes weren't then, the dark pools weren't around back then, all these things like that did not exist, and so level 2 was a lot more true then. As it moved away from that, those guys gave up the level 2 and they do what they do. And like I said, if something works for you, don't stop doing it. That's all I can say for sure. Do you by chance have a bull bear flag layout you wouldn't mind to share? I don't have a bull. I have a bull flag scan that Andy made on a daily chart. And this is what I tell people. I'm going to share it with you, number one. And while we don't really do pattern recognition, what we can do, or what I suggest to people, is start to use some of the filters like change in and position in range filters and build topless, because I think topless work better than alerts for these types of things. That's just how I view it, what I think about it, and so on and so forth. So let me show you what I mean by this. Let me shrink this back down. We'll get out of looking at sectors for now. So if we go to configure and we start to look at, let's just go with filters. Nope, filter. And we look at position and range. All right. We've got several different time frames if we want to work on daily. What you can do is start to plug in some values in the minimum and maximum and use today, previous day, 5 day, 10 day, 20 day, 3 month, whatever it is that you were thinking about. And you can start to think about, well, what would positions in these ranges on a chart look like, and to get me that kind of scan. On top of that, you can start to combine those things on the different frames with change, and you have all these changes intraday as well that you can work with here, okay? Then you also have these other changes that you can work with here as well on dailies, all right? And you know, if you want to throw some ATR in there or something for the daily as well, or intraday and things like that. But you have these combinations of filters that I think, so for me, I for a long time got caught up in volume. I don't, the only thing I look at volume is a stock liquid enough for me to trade, and that's it. Everybody has what they think is liquid. Someone thinks 100K shares is liquid. I like to, when I'm looking at stuff going into it, I'm looking at for the next days, I like 750K shares, anything over 600K shares traded. But I don't need a big 1 minute volume spike. I don't need, listen, if something trades 5 million shares a day but has a relative volume of 0.3, well, I mean, does that mean it has no volume? I mean, it just traded 5 million shares. How much more volume did you want? It's just its relative volume to its last 10-day average happens to be down, but it's still extremely liquid. So it starts to once again become data interpretations. So instead of me bothering interpret data in volume, all I need to know is a stock liquid enough for me to trade. Are people trading it? Great. Then I'm interested in it. Now, let's find out other ways to see if I'm interested in it on a technical basis. And do I want to see things like I said, I'm very big in a 20-day position in range. I like to see things pulling off that 20-day above a certain level. And so that's how I use that. That scan that I just shared there, if we were to open it up, we're going to go ahead and open it up. We're going to look at what Andy did to come up with how he created that pattern. And so he took these filters and used this set of filters here and came up with a combination of filters. Let's hide unused, get rid of some unnecessary columns. And so look, he used position in previous days range. He used the 5-day range. He happened to throw a composite in there. He put a volume filter in there for 10 days just to make sure it's liquid. But that same thing, you can start to, play around with it, refine it, tighten it. Maybe you want to see that bull flag a little looser. And you can flip the scan to get your bear flag and then see what that looks like with the flip values. So, it's not, yes, do we have a flat out chart recognition that says boom on whatever for pattern recognition? No. But you can think outside the box with the 500 filters and alerts that we have, which I'll bet if you go around, you are not going to find any other software that has as many filters and alert sets that we have, even close to it, and start to think outside of the box and get creative with these things. And, I had many, many, many nights. I don't do it quite as much as I used to, but once in a while I get ambition to, where I literally would stay up all night long. I'd come home from a shift at the restaurant. I get home at midnight, and I would start creating and back testing and optimizing scans till my head hit the desk, passing out at the desk the next day, seeing what I could create and mess around with. It was more in my day trading days, obviously. I've kind of just come to settle on what I do, but that doesn't mean that I don't do things like that. I still have some ambitions that maybe one day I'm going to create a decent automation strategy that I can run an automation. I haven't done it yet. I've worked on some stuff. Whenever I go live with it, it always seems to back test okay. Whenever I go live with it, never seems to work out for me. I also always seem to go live with it when the market rolls over. And as a long strategy, when the market's getting smacked up, that doesn't work that way either. So that's that anyways for how you can leverage all these different things here that you're going to find in the search to what you want. You might like standard deviation. I mean, standard deviation is a huge, huge part of what some people do with trading. I don't personally look at it. I just never have. It didn't click to me mathematically. However, that doesn't mean it won't to you. Again, I don't want to use the word lazy, but for lack of a better word, maybe I become lazy that I don't look at a lot of these filters anymore because I've settled into what I do for trading and it works. So again, it broke, don't fix it type of thing for me. You might find that these consecutive candles somehow work into something that you're looking at for bull bear flag type things like that. You might find if we pull up, we're going to go back to, why am I not finding what I want? Let's configure. You might find in the alerts. Some different stuff that we have configured, like back up here. These new 5 and 15 minute, 10 minute high, or yeah, 5, 10, 15, 60 minute high and lows. So if you're dead set on an alert that's looking at something, but you don't want it, a lot of times people get caught up, well, I want to see the pullback or this happens or that happens, but it's only going to alert if I use the new high. Well, don't use the new high. Let's say that you want an alert that's, it's some kind of pullback alert. So you can tell the strategy, all right, well, show me a stock that's 1% up from its open, but in the last hour, it pulled back 3%. But it's also making a new 5-minute high. So now you're looking at something that it's up on the day already, so we know it has some strength from being up on the day, but it's shown some weakness recently, but maybe now it's starting to pull back up and I'm using a new 5-minute or 10-minute high to make that alert and show me that alert. And that's how you start to think outside of the box of, well, maybe I don't want something that's breaking out, but maybe I find something that pulled back to some resistance or some mean within the day already, and now I can find it moving up again, but it isn't making a new high necessarily, but it looks interesting to maybe march back to those new highs. And so these are some internal thoughts that I'm sharing with you on some scan ideas that I've recently had myself. Haven't implicated anything or really done much work on it, but the wheels are always turning. There's a lot here, and there's an infinite amount of combinations that you can use for any of these things. Going back into some of these hammers, hanging man, bottoming tail stuff. List goes on and on and on. Narrow ranges, all that. Do me a favor, pretend heartbeat doesn't exist. The heartbeat was something that's an old function and serves an internal purpose for data, but it doesn't really have much to do with anything scanning. It was more or less replaced by topless now. Heartbeat is supposed to send out a ping every 5 minutes and return stuff back from the server that meets the filters in lieu of an alert or event. But like I said, topless cycle every 30 seconds, therefore replacing that. So got coming towards the top of the hour. Barry's gonna kick me out and steal this shortly. So if you guys have other thoughts, questions, ideas, throw them out there. Hopefully, you guys are getting something out of this. This is clicking, giving you some ideas, getting you moving in a positive direction for everything you're trying to do here. Click around, take a look at some things that I really mismanaged here. What I own here. I'll give you guys some sin here that I created for myself the other day. KOPN. I'm bullish on semiconductors in general. It's not, if it does a semiconductor, and it doesn't just mean that I'm bullish on it just because of that, but I'm giving it extra looks. So I bought, I actually bought here. Where's my drawing tool? I bought here the other day, somewhere in here the other day. And then it had these couple of days that it moved up, and I added to the position here, so it brought my total average up to that 946. And I had this great move that happened there, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. And then it didn't hold 10, and it goes back to stocks under $10, have a personality, and it couldn't hold 10. 10 is a big psychological number, and I let it get away from me. And instead of exiting on this day going down, which was Friday, I took a bath on it there, and I continue to hold it. Now, I did exit some of that position up here that day, and so I'm down slightly overall on that position. My stop is somewhere around 830. We came and nearly tagged it the other day. We came and tagged it today, but I did not get stopped out of it, and so I'll continue to hold it and hope that the market moves back up and takes KOPN with it, and if not, I'll get stopped out and I'll get punished, having a nice winning trade turn into a really crappy losing trade. And that is a short, sad story of poor trade management. I see nothing else coming in currently. Dead air, as we call it. Click around the horn a little bit. I think every trader has, and there's a saying that a few people told me, you're not really a trader till you've blown up an account, and I never actually blew up an account that I took it to zero. However, I took account pretty close to it once or twice. So this is the way of the world. It's a lot can happen in a year with trading. A lot more happens in 4, that's for sure. So that's that. Sorry, just checking out some internal support that's going on. I always feel like when I do these Q and A's and then I come back in, I'm behind the 8 ball and trying to catch up on tickets that are coming in. I appreciate that. Like I said, I still remember what it's like to be fresh. I still make, new trader mistakes. That's for sure. And anything that I can do personally, anyways, to try to alleviate some of that stuff, I'm always really, really happy to share that information. The best One of the best things I can also say to people is, there's a lot of times we get people coming in and they want to jump right into the software and they want to trade and they want to do all these things and they don't even know what a spread is on a stock. And, um, that's dangerous to me, especially because I'm one of those people that didn't know it and it cost me big time. Um, Now, I didn't, maybe I didn't ask the right questions at that time or whatever, or I didn't care to pay attention. There's a lot of bells and whistles and, some of these scans, and I'm seeing stocks going straight up, and especially in, summer of 2017, I mean, the market was just up, 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 and it made things look a lot easier than they were, and a big psych out and things like that or whatever. And, market mechanics, there's no substitution for knowledge of market mechanics. None whatsoever. You can have the greatest scan in the world. If you don't understand market mechanics, it means nothing. If you don't have a trading plan, the scan means nothing. So, these are things to keep in mind, and not to let, pride or arrogance, take hold of lack of knowledge. And lack of knowledge doesn't mean someone's dumb or anything like that. It just means you need some studying. I needed some studying. I still need some studying to this day. Like I said, there's a few filters that I know, like I was talking about standard deviation. I know some people that use it in their scans. They do very, very well using it. And, I'm curious. Is there something it could add to me? So, start to pull out the Wikipedia or whatever you want to look, or Stockopedia, whatever the heck it's called. Start to look up these terms. Things like that. And yeah, and the learning curve, it isn't the same for everybody. It's just the way it goes. Some people a little quicker, some people a little slower. I've had a lot of pause and go. I started getting the hang of the software for a minute, and then took a step back, and there was something I didn't get, and it took me a minute to come back with it again. So more or less, how like the ebb and flow of life, of anything, of learning anything. The key is staying with it, and another thing, I go back to my poor trade management last week. I had a big run up. I probably should have taken a step away from trading for a minute and let my emotions settle in on that. I also, to show trade management, in most of February and almost all of March, I did not do well trading at all. I was having a real tough time. Things that had been working for me were not working. I was up in things and it would turn around, almost faster than I could really exit it. So I stopped trading for about 2 weeks almost, the beginning of April, because I didn't have a feel for the market. I didn't have a feel for my scans. And I wasn't trusting myself for a minute. And so I stepped away. And the same thing could be said for the software sometimes too. Maybe take a break from it. Just, look at some charts, but don't go overly bonkers on the software itself, trying to create or refine scans for a minute or two. Let your brain rest. Your brain's always working in the back end. So something's always going on, even when you're not active. And maybe by taking that, taking a day, a week, whatever it is, you taking that break, your brain's able to work out, some kind of block in the back of it that you didn't realize that was there. So, again, talk all the scans and all the software in the world. There's parts that are going on in the back of those wheels turning of the mine that are just as important as all of it. So looks like Holly's having herself another. She's been a little better lately. One of those things that I consistently point out to people, especially when they come in and they want to automate Holly. She had some months where she really was flat at best on all three segments. And that's months and months of flat, 2, 3, 4 months of being flat. And that doesn't include slippage or commissions. And so, and that's assuming that you got her entry points. And, that's, just goes to show that there is no magic scan. And Holly, she's optimized and back tested constantly and consistently and things like that. And, you know, you might take Holly on and have her watching her for 3 months and it's just floundering around. And then all of a sudden you give up on it. And then you get 3 months of her, giving you some pretty stellar performance. And, it's a revert to the mean always, revert to the average, Stock market's been around for over 100 years. If you're trying to make decisions based on, a year of data, you're doing it wrong. In BPrush performance tab is empty. I don't have Brokerage Plus up here, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. Uh-oh, I'm being summoned by Barry. All right. He started the stream, and so I thank you guys for listening. Hopefully this was helpful, and I will catch you guys in support chats or emails or the next time I fill in. So thanks, everybody. Take care now. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. SWBI is basing still. SWBI, it is still maybe interesting. And again, the ENG, look, just keep an eye on if it pops through that 200-day, it could have the run. I mean, if you look left, it's got room to 380. I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it pops through that 200-day moving average, but I would just put a price alert right up in that area and see if it pops through. Thank you, Ija. Okay, so I can give you a scan. Pull back to the SMA cross or touched. Traders from Wakanda. I will give you. There might be one of the other traders that has something already set up, kind of like that. I know that I know one of the other guys has a scan that touches one of the SMAs. Okay, close. So let me, because I don't have one. I don't have one ready made. So if you go to the home page and ask for that scan, I think Steve might have something like that. Okay, just go to the home page, ask for that particular scan. The first part of, a 3% up from the open is easy. I do have something that, looks for pullbacks, strong stocks that are pulling back, but it may not be to the SMA. That's the issue. Okay. So, but one of the other traders may have something ready made already. Okay, so you might want to just bounce that off them. Yeah, so when you click on that, yeah, so when you click on that alert where it says questions and answers, just ask that question. I think Steve, he's got something called the jam down to the 10 SMA, I think. Okay, something like that. I just don't have it. But you could change it to another SMA, I guess, if you wanted to. And then it's really simple to add in, the change from the open being 3%. That's a no-brainer. Look at how this is just stalling. I mean, it's only one little high up here for Iowa, AYTU, right there at 560. What did it get to today? 562. Over here is 558. It's just this little area there that it's struggling to get through. I mean, if it can get through that, it's got a shot to get close to the 6 level. I'm talking about AYTU. And it is a low float, so I mean, it won't. I mean, if traders get a hold of it, even more than they have already, it won't take much to pop that through. And just as I said that, and I noticed that actually is an AI alert too. 539 was the trigger at 11:20, so that's not that long ago. Well, there it goes, guys. So now, can it get close to that 6 level? Okay, thank you, JB. Maybe I'll just load that one. So traders from Wakanda, somebody posted that in the other trading room. Okay, might want to take a look at that. I think that's called the jam down. Is that the jam down to the 10 SMA? Okay, so all you'd have to do then is add, wow, look at AYTU. Is that a change from the open of at least 3%? Probably. So this is what I'm talking about from the AI, AYTU. So yeah, just check the filters. 539, 573 now for AYTU. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Guys, we're starting to get a little more activity now. Look at GBR. Now this can be a wild one. What's the next high looking left is 615. Wrong. 8. Boy, this has got room, guys. GBR has got some room. Because when you look left on that monthly chart, the next high looking left is 890. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least it's got some room. You know, the weekly chart probably has some areas where it could stall, but maybe not. Maybe 727. I think that's maybe the next high in the weekly chart. But that has some room. GBR has some room, and it's a very low float. So you got to be careful. You know, it's going to trade the float easily, of course. It's already traded 3 million shares. 3.6 are in the floats, a million are in the float, so it's going to trade the float easily. Bad, Kevin, bad. Just a minute, please. Okay. All right, guys. Well, there it is. There's the ENG taking out that, so far, taking out the 200-day moving average. Now, look, as Real says, this is an area, okay? So, yeah, it's up to 320, 322, and there's the 200-day, 319. So this is the area of the 200-day. Let's see if it can really clear it, because if it can, I think it has a shot. Give me a moment here, please. All right, guys. ENG looks really good now. I mean, it's clearing 319 is trying to clear that 200-day moving average and try to fill in a little bit of this void here. Remember, the next high looking left on the daily is way up here at 381, sorry. And I can't tell you to take the trade. I'm just pointing this out. Now, the only issue with it also, I think it's sort of on top of it, over a channel that I'm looking at, so that might stall it also. However, look at GBR. Oh, I see your post there, Cam. Let's take a look at root. Yeah, look at MOXC. Yeah, MOXC. It is not over yet. And the spread is still not great, but it's, well, 49.50, 49.53 now. Okay, so a three bar on the 15-minute chart, pull back for Wish. Though that's not a red candle, but it's, close. Well, I guess that wasn't going to stall it. Man, oh man, look at Moxie go now. MOXC. It is shortable for me. How many shares? Yeah, 217,000. So it is shortable. Not looking to short it yet, but man. And 1666 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And that's the same on the daily chart. Well, somebody's got, I don't know if this is one of the meme stocks. The meme stocks have not been good today at all. So I don't know if this is a meme stock. I don't know what is at the top of your count list reel, but there's MOXC. All right, well, that ENG is not really ripping yet. I don't know if it will. Let's see if that 200-day at least holds for ENG. Well, GBR guys, GBR, that was the one instead of the ENG. Sort of a toss-up for me, but the GBR, I mean, it's way above the channel also, but it doesn't care right now anyway. Look at that red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for GBR. Well, this is the one, guys. I mean, this is just severe rippage. What can you say? I mean, look at this. It has room now, 890. Next high looking left on the, I think, the weekly, the monthly, the daily for GBR. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Traders have just got a hold of it. That's it. I mean, 4.3 million traded, 3.6 in the float. So it has traded the float. And I think this This just got halted. MARPS just got, MARPS just got halted. Not very much volume, but the volume may pick up. Only 1.6 million in the float. And MARPS just got halted. Well, at least a little more activity now, guys, for me anyway, to highlight. And it's an Amex ticker. Yes, Ija. All right, guys, ENG may be coming back. Well, it is coming back, but will it come back in a big way? ENG. All right, guys, ENG looks poised after these two bottoming tails. It looks kind of poised now. That's that Mexico, isn't it? MXC? Mexico, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Yeah, Mexico Energy. Yeah, I hear you, Ija, but man, I hear you. We haven't seen this one for a while. No volume. Well, 100,000. It doesn't trade very much. It's less than a million in the float. I don't know if I was the first. I know I mentioned MARPs, but I don't know if I was the first one. No, you didn't. It is. Oh, okay. All right. I just read it, Pitbull. Okay. I do. Well, I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. Well, my goodness, come on. Can E and G do the same sort of thing as GBR? I mean, it's now we're getting some excitement. All right, good for you, Torps, and mentioning GBR earlier. I don't know when I first saw it. Well, it first happened here at 110. Let me just see. It happened in the momentum and in the here, and did it? It doesn't trade. Let me just see something here. Does it trade options at all? GBR. Let's see. The answer is no. So that's why it would not show up in the option in the scanner because it doesn't trade options. Okay, NG. Cleared that 200 day. Yes. Jado, I'm going to give you, I'm going to send you a private message, okay? So yet you can give me your email address. I know we had a problem before with somebody wanting to do the same thing. It didn't, and she said she kept emailing them, but so I'm going to just send you a private email, okay? And you should be able to see it now. And just give me your email address, and I'll let her know that you want to do that. Hopefully you can see the private chat that I just opened. I just don't want you to put your email in the general room, that's all. Okay, perfect. So can I just say, give her your email address and say that you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual? This minute. Now, is that within the 30 days? I can't remember. Okay. Okay, she has acknowledged that she got the email that she's got your email address now. Okay, so hopefully you'll see something really soon. It will be taken care of though. No problem. Well, I don't know if he just tweeted it. He tweeted I think that happened on Friday, unless he's just retweeting it. Ah, okay, yeah, no, he talked about that on Friday. Well, it may happen, may not. Whatever happens, we'll be ready for it with trade ideas. That's all there is to it. If the mother of all crashes happen, hey, great, we'll be shorting the you know what out of the market. Okay, so this is going to be the new Lululemon figs. Were they out of? They're not out of Canada. For those of you who like to play DraftKings, DKNG, kind of interesting. DKNG, just over 49 now. Of course, got really beaten up on this day. It might have been this. No, it was this day, obviously. That's 4 days ago. Some kind of black market allegations. It definitely was. I don't know if it still is. It definitely was a WSB stock. Yeah, I mean, look. Oh, you know what? I lost sight of this because I was watching it this morning, waiting for I think the 31 pot, like right here. What's that? 31. Yeah, 31.44, 31.40, 57. The high's right there. I mean, now when you look left, the next high is 43.28. I mean, so I don't know if they've got a hold of it. I mean, the meme stocks are kind of taken in the chin today, anyway. So I mean, this. I'm not saying they don't have a hold of this one, but the rest of them certainly have taken it on the chin. Boy, look at this, guys. No earnings plays whatsoever. Zero. Zip. Nada. Yeah, I really haven't even looked at what the market's doing, but I mean, yeah, look at this. I mean, it had a nice pop this morning, flat line for a while, another nice little pop here. I mean, Dow's up 600. Haven't seen a day like this for a while. Tech is up. We had that little disconnect at the beginning of the day, but now tech is up also. Well, my guess is that now these last ones that showed up here from the unusual options. In fact, if I go back, let's take a look at Moxie. So there's 1538. There's the alert right there. What did it get to? Over a dollar. AYTU 563. What did it get to? Yeah, not much. ENG though, this has been excellent. 312. Getting up to 340. I mean, on a percentage basis, I mean that's excellent. The Wish earlier, I'm just going back to see what happened after the first alert. 1266. Of course, the Wish, it was probably excellent. 12. Yeah, look at this. 1266. What did it get to? 1396. I didn't like GSAT. I don't think it could take out 160, and I don't think it did. Yeah, not really. The Globus, that was an early one. 576, so that did not, yeah, didn't really do anything. And then the Torch, I think, 967. Actually, I mean, the option scanner was awesome today. I mean, this really moved. These two didn't. The rest of them really moved. And certainly a manageable number of them. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just going over a discussion, an internal discussion. Hey guys, I'm just putting myself on mute just for a minute here. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Interesting email, this internal discussion we were having, that's all. Okay, so green, what are the counts? It just depends on what it is counting. In this particular case, it's just counting the number of new highs, okay, or the number of new lows, okay, that a stock is making. So this new high counts alert. Now I don't know what I mean. I'm sure it's going to be fairly similar to what Real had, but at the beginning of the day, it could be really interesting because this is going to show you the stocks that are really moving at the beginning of the day, and then will they persist? I mean that's another issue, but so you might want to. I'll give you this one. You can have Reals. I mean I don't know what the major difference would be, but it's sorted. I'm going to see the ones that are had the most new highs right at the top here. So, for instance, at 123, MOXC had made 285 new highs. I mean, it's obviously not 123 now. Anyway, I'll give you this one. Oops, make sure it's not pinned. No. And you can take a look at it tomorrow to see what happens early. Yeah, AEI could not hold its early morning gains at all, not even close. I mean, listen, guys, I looked at that press release, and I know why. Of course, why wouldn't a little company like this want to have Tesla in their press release? So that's what happened. I mean, it got all the way up to 835. I'm not saying it's a fake release, but you've got to really look at that release and say, okay, fine, they're using 20 of Tesla's panels. Okay, good stuff, but is this enough to sustain that sort of a move? Evidently not. Yeah, I'm out of the E and G also. Just didn't made a little bit of money on it, but I thought it would really start to ramp here. But 350 is a tough one for it to get through so far anyway. At last, it's 2 o'clock. Well, guys, AYTU from the AI certainly was a good one. There's been some okay ones, but that certainly was a good one. And if you stuck with it, there's the alert at 539. It is at 575 now. It still has room. 619 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And there it goes. I mean, there it really goes. Look at the volume coming into AYTU. Okay, Gabrielle, I can give you... Oh, I see. The new one. Okay. Yeah, I can give you this. It'll be right here. Yeah, it's not part of one of the scans that I'm sharing in my homepage. But I just put the cloud link in. I'm trying to see if I don't see any news for the AYTU. I mean, I might have had some news earlier, but I just don't see it. Well, guys, this is really under 200. I might have to put a buy order in at 150 for GME. Tip ranks? Okay, thank you, Chris. There's the SWBI, guys. Not over. SWBI. Let's see if it takes out that high again over 28. There's the high, 28.18. I'll stick an alert right there, see if it takes out that high and continues to run from there. Yeah, so Gabrielle, what you're seeing here, it is sorted on the. Normally, of course, you sort on the time column. So you want to see the latest alerts first. This is different though. What we're seeing here, we're sorting on the count column. So you're seeing the ones that have the most, making the most new highs at the top. So if MOXC, let's see, what is it now? Where are you? So if MOXC somehow made it back up to 1645, which would be another new high, you would see it at the top of the list more than likely because 285, that would be the 286th new high, if that makes sense. Look at AYTU, man, oh man. So I think this will be more interesting earlier in the day, maybe in the first half hour. And then you're going to see the stocks that are really kind of moving, and hopefully they kind of move all day long. DSS, okay, document something or other. Document security systems, yeah, a lot of volume coming in, a lot of volume. But as usual, unless it took out, what's the high rate here? High is 184. I mean, if it takes out that high, I don't know what the reason for that drop was. It's not that long ago. I don't recall it dropping. But obviously some disastrous news hit. I don't know if it might have been a financing. It might have been a financing. Yeah, it was a financing. So that's why it dropped. It was a financing. Yeah, stick an alert around 188. Definitely some enthusiasm coming back in. It's a low float, 20 million in the float. I don't know if we can say usually. Okay, I mean, if you'd asked me this 10 years ago, I would have said that it would take, depending on the stock, depending why they are raising money. Also, let's face it, this is a very inexpensive, cheap stock. They're probably raising money. I mean, I don't know what they said, why they're raising the money, but a lot of times, these little guys have to raise money just to keep afloat. Whereas a larger company, maybe a bio, takes advantage of a higher stock price, like RAPT as an example. They had great news. Oops, RAPT had great news. Right here. So they took advantage of that and raised money. So you're basically kind of at the financing price. So you might, as an existing shareholder, typically you never want to see a company raising money while you're in it because it dilutes your position. But sometimes, I mean, we've seen it many, many times that a company will have a financing at, I'll make up a number, $10, and it's zipping higher than that $10. 11, 12, 13. And so shareholders might look at that and go, okay, we don't mind the fact you're raising money; it's for all the right reasons. As opposed to, I don't know anything about DSS, okay, but usually when it's a very cheap company, a lot of times they're just raising money because they've got to stay in business. Again, I'm not saying that is for DSS. Okay, well there you go. So Chris is giving us some news. But you gotta admit, I mean, this is a great level for it to try to get it over 184. All right, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on Wish maybe. Wish maybe. There's some bottoming tails there on the 15-minute chart. So again, what does it mean? The sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers close it here. The sellers tried again. The buyers are somewhat in control. Of course, this has been such a fantastic trade stock today. So can it? Let's see some volume. You get some volume coming in to pop it. The high today was, or this month was $15, which looks like there's the high 2 weeks ago, I guess. Yeah, $15, the high of 2 weeks ago. Boy, SWBI looks poised. All right, guys, so 218 now, so not getting too many new alerts now. We had a flurry with the GBR and the ENGs and the MOXC. Well, William, I don't know if you shorted this one, but GBR, man, it was a great short if you were able to get anywhere close to that top. What is it? Really? Yeah, not a ton of them. 81,000 at IB, but not a ton of them, but certainly there were. Okay, RK, you say you just got trade ideas. I hope that you have taken a look at the 20 lessons. This is a slow day for me, by the way, just to let you know. This has been a slow day for me. But I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons yet. And what I should also do, just what time is it? 2:20? So just one more time, go over my homepage and the information that is there. And also the fact that we still have the Father's Day promo. I'm 99.99% sure it's going to be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good primer, I mean, I'm talking about this. So on my homepage, here's the information you will find. Save the link, lots of information there. Obviously, you can take out a subscription. Don't use that promo code. Use ThanksDad, all in caps, 20, ThanksDad20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Of course, you can get the trade of the week is sent to you every Monday morning. I've already done the stock of the day video. I do it at noon. All the scans I'm sharing right here, all the scans, including my layout, okay, and a lot of individual scans. And then in the education section, the 20 lessons. Again, if you're brand new, I really encourage you. What is a top list? Building them, an alert window, creating them, the single stock window, price alerts, and I should talk about price alerts a lot more. The AI, we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information there, but there's more. Daily support sessions between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. All this is free. Educational videos, starting straight ideas from scratch. More information about the AI if you're looking for it. And this is a great little video series, 36 little videos, starting off with what is a stock, okay? Literally back to basics. And some ebooks that we created. So, I go over this really quickly because save the link and then you can look at all this at your leisure. And of course, I'm here between 9 and 3 every day. Well, not every day, Monday to Thursday, Monday to Friday, Eastern Time. Sammy2, how are you? Yeah, this Eng is... it's been a little bit choppy for my liking, ENG. It is working. Yeah, it is working. It just needs a little more time to add all of the channels. That's really what. There are a couple of little bugs. I mean, I call this is definitely a little bug. I can't change the chart here. As an example, the pop. I can do it here. In this time frame. So there are some little annoyances. That I think is minor because, as long as they're all linked, you can just go to any one of them and change it. I could probably, X this out and put another chart in and it would probably work. So I don't think it's because it's a daily chart it's doing that. So they're just little things like that. But the big one really is getting all the channels into the new dock channel bar. Ooh, he's added a lot. Whoa, he has added a lot. In fact, I think he's added them all. Oh, we might have it. No, we might have it. We should be good to roll. I think he's got all the channels in here now. That was the holdup because before, let's take a look at the Traders Vault. I'm going to ask Andy. Okay, wait a minute. What did I? Okay, so that's not going to show up very well. The Trader's Vault is not going to show up very well. Not like you see it with all the little individual scans. Yeah, let me just, I'm going to have to ask Andy. Andy is the one who's doing all this, so. Let me just go over some of these. Here's my watch list. Let's see how this looks. Hmm. Yeah, so this has to, I mean, this is not showing up as the individual scans yet in the charts. So back to the drawing board, guys. So this is not, I mean, this is just tedious work recreating all the channels. Yeah, I know RK, but this is a new build with what we call docking, so that you'll be able to have your layout up and running at the same time as loading something from our channel bar, which is another layout. Right now, you can only have one layout loaded at a time, but with this new build, this, in fact, this has had a bit of a setback. I can see already. Yeah, I mean, this will look like this. Yeah, from the channel bar. I see them all here, yes. But what we're trying to do is recreate them in this new docking version. So you can take the whole thing and move it to another monitor if you want. But more importantly, that you can have your layout up and running, plus you can go through the channels and scroll through them without having to worry about replacing your layout. But that's what I've done here, you see it. But these are just scans that I've docked together so I can move them around if I want. Guys, ENG, I mean, I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but it is trying to come back here. I think that Fubo was one of the ones, if you got the email with the trade of the week, I think that was one of the ones. Let me see if I can dig that email up. I think it was one of the ones that he was saying, you know, he always now has, okay, here's the trade of the week, but here's some other ones that you can kind of keep an eye on. I thought Fubo might have been one of them. I may be wrong. I just got to dig up the trade of the week email. Here we are. Yeah. So Fubo, Skills, MNMD, and Wriggle, RIGL. You know, it's really hard to come up with one trade of the week. You know, just pick one stock, and I definitely like the concept behind POW. And it's still good. I mean, listen, it's not an over trade of the week. I mean, it still has room. It's still valid. I mean, maybe it triggers again tomorrow. I don't know. Gets over 8. Just kind of piggybacking on the SWBI success. Yeah, AMC is kind of coming back a little bit, guys, as is GME. Boy, keep an eye on that SWBI. If it pops through 28, takes out another new all-time high. It is a trade of the week, yes. POWW is a trade of the week, yes. That's why I'm bringing it up. Boy, SWBI guys, I mean, this takes out that high. This could really start to rock again. Yeah, it only triggered briefly, very, very briefly. I know, Rage's float, 287 million in the float. Not shortable for you, really? No shorts. Who the heck is your broker? I mean, I'm just looking at Interactive Brokers has 10 million available. Really? Where is the dreamer? And Riley, where are you? I've been asking for you all day. The reason I bring that up is there is the fee rate right there. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Don't get excited. That's Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's kind of cool, Dreamer. It's kind of cool just to see it there rather than to have to hover over. But Riley was asking, he said, I've seen that, but he was looking for the fee rate and all that. And I don't know, maybe I didn't have the window stretched long enough, but it's right there. Don't know, Todd. I really don't know. There was all we're really waiting for, the question was, when will the new release come out? All we were really waiting for was to get the channel bar full. And you can see, I think we have most of the channels here now, if not all of them. However, we have a glitch. And Andy's saying he's got to do something now so that you can see, you can see the representation the way it's supposed to be. So he had to go back to the drawing board, okay? As opposed to having to click on, you want to see everything up, but he has to do. There's another step involved. So I don't know how long that's going to take, but it's close. No, I agree, Todd. It was a real pain. I mean, yeah, you can get by it. I mean, listen. I mean, and that's why I never went over pinned. You can get by it if you pin your layout and all, but it just most people ran into severe issues with pinning their layout, not quite understanding what was going on, and then loading a layout upon layout upon layout, and their system would bog down, and our support people would scream and yell at me, telling them, why are you telling people how to pin? This is years ago now. So I don't even talk about pinning, and now I won't even have to mention pinning anymore. Because now you will be able to have multiple layouts loaded at the same time. Not that you should have so many layouts loaded at the same time. I mean, you should have in my opinion anyway, you should have your main layout, whatever layout you like to use every day. And then you can go to the channel bar, and kind of surf through the various channels, and maybe maybe one of the channels today is what you want to focus on, as well as your layout. But it's not like you're gonna have like 5 or 6 layouts open at the same time. You'll never get anything done. You're a funny man, Harry. Yeah, I just can't look at Mara and Riot. I mean, they're just too. This crypto world is beyond me now. I mean, up, down, up, down, up, down. I never was a big crypto play. Well, wasn't a crypto player at all, except for specific stocks. But I'm just not interested. But hey, listen, if you're in the Mara, yeah, it's starting to move a little bit. All right, guys. So I'll be shutting the room at 3 o'clock. So you have any questions? Fire away. Scott H. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Well, just for fun, let me bring. Oh, in fact, this is probably not going to work now. The sector status window is not going to work. Oh, it does work. Okay. Okay, so I guess that a channel that has nothing but charts will work, like display correctly. But if it has any sort of an alert window or top list window, multi-strategy, it will not work. So let's take a look. What's happening? So, okay, we still have energy. There's not one stock that is down. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And so what you're seeing, I mean, you can just see a little bit of red in maybe 4 or 5 of them. Very, very little, which makes sense. The market is up so much now. Both tech, no disconnect whatsoever. And you can see there are some sectors where every single stock in the sector is up for the day. So the interesting thing maybe to do when you see something like this, you see, okay, 90% of the stocks that make up the technology sector are up, 10% are down. Scroll to the bottom. Oops, and see which ones those are. Why are they down, I wonder, A little bit of a, see, there's the, okay. So there's Xilinx as an example. Why is it down? Maybe there's some news, I don't know. Anyway, that's something you can do. Yeah, it is POWW. Yes, POWW is the trade of the week. POWW is the trade of the week. How you trade it is up to you, but I mean that is the official trade of the week. Yes, not from me. I mean, this is from Trade Ideas, but it's not my trade of the week or anything. I don't have trades of the week like that. And the trigger is 8:01, so it briefly triggered this morning. You can see there's the opening candle. So it briefly triggered, but it came right back down. So, I mean, you can wait, see if it triggers again tomorrow, maybe this afternoon, but it's up to you how you trade it. That's from the sector status, botmatized. Click on new, channel bar, and then sector status. But remember, this version, these are all layouts, so you make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, but this is, it's called sector status. Right here, sector status. Steve Gomez is in charge of selecting the trade of the week. He goes through a bunch of charts, and if you get the email, you can sign up for it. I don't know, maybe you haven't signed up for it, but he outlines the reasoning behind it. The reason, I mean, you look here, there's a lot of room if it wants to start running, but I think it was more because of Smith & Wesson, SWBI, having such a great day on Friday and a huge continuation today. Maybe this sort of stock would be dragged along. But Steve Gomez and he's one of the traders at Trade Ideas. Yeah, I mean, if you're reading, I'll just read the email. I mean, last Friday, Smith & Wesson crushed. There's Moxie. You're right. Moxie is not over. Crushed their earnings, had a giant move. Recent stories about ammunition shortages for retail consumers. So that's kind of that was the reasoning. There's more to it, but I mean, that is the reasoning. Well, we're starting to get into somewhat uncharted territory now for the MOXC. I mean, there's the next high looking left is 1666, and after that, okay, so 1666 you can see right there. That is on June the 10th. Then 1699 right here, and then after that, I mean, this has got a lot of room if it keeps this up. Remember, this is just the first day. I mean, look at the previous days. No clue this was going to happen. So this is a China stock. No, but only, yeah, believe it or not, only half the float, 18.9, so a little over half the float gets traded. Wow, very late alert from the AI. Very late. Don't usually get them this late. Well, guys, right at the top of the list, look at MOXE, 366 new highs. So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see this scan right here, after about 15 minutes. Might give you an idea about which ones could be strong for the day. Could. I'm just going to pop this scan in here. You guys want it? This is what Real was talking about. I mean, it's not his scan, but I'm sure it's going to be fairly pretty similar. We haven't looked at Ride at all today. All right, I see why you're talking about it. Yeah, look at the volume that just came into Ride. Nice spot there, Ori. Oh, look at the volume that came into Moxie also. Look at the volume. I mean, this is maybe... It's going to turn in maybe the biggest volume bar of the day for the 15-minute. Another 3 minutes for this to close, or less than 3, but there it is right there. All right, guys. Well, I think I'll start winding this down right now. It's 2 minutes to 3, but are there any other questions? Because if there are no questions, I think I will shut the room down now. Interesting day. It took forever. I mean, on a day where the market's up 500, tech is up, etc., and this window only had six stocks that met the filter requirements. Very strange. All right, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. Let me get my script together. Okay, guys, that is it. Thanks for all the help today. Sorry, I didn't find. There were some very good. I mean, obviously the Moxie and the Smith and Wesson and a couple others were just didn't see tremendous trending ones in what I was looking at. So it was a little bit slow for me today. But tomorrow's another day. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we'll see you tomorrow. You guys are welcome in the YouTube room. Yes.